Good morning, Ms. Chu. Can you check your audio? Thank you, Mr. Kilby. We see you.
The Ways and Means Committee will now come to order. Good morning, and I want to welcome everyone, and a special word of thanks to our witnesses for joining us for this important hearing. We are holding today's hearing in the committee hearing room and via the WebEx platform in compliance with the rules and regulations for remote committee proceedings pursuant to House Resolution 8. Before we begin, I want to remind members of a few procedures to keep these proceedings running smoothly. First, consistent with regulations, the committee will keep microphones of those present in the WebEx platform muted to limit background noise. Members are responsible for unmuting themselves when they seek recognition or when recognized for their questioning. Committee staff will mute members only in the event of inadvertent background noise. In addition, when members are present in the proceeding via WebEx, they must have their cameras on. If you need to step away to attend another proceeding, please turn your camera and audio off rather than logging out of the platform. And with that, we will turn to today's hearing, the burnout epidemic and what working women need to help produce a stronger economy. In just a few minutes, we will hear the powerful stories of women who are doing their best to exist in our economy. I'm going to be brief because I want to let them do the talking. Women are asked to wear many hats each and every day. For years, they have been telling us that the idea that you can simply balance being an employee, a caregiver, a breadwinner, and a mom is a myth. Wearing all of those hats forces trade-offs: less money, more stress, loss of advancement at work, things that sometimes don't get done. Women are working hard. Our economy still doesn't seem to be working for all of them. The pandemic didn't create this problem, but it made it worse. In the last 2 years, millions of women have been driven from the workforce for reasons out of their control. 1 million women have still not returned to the workforce despite millions of job openings. It's easy to see why. 1 in 5 workers, most of them women, are caregiving for a loved one while working. 1 in 10 are in so-called sandwich generation and are caring for both a child and an adult. Over 2/3 of working women are experiencing burnout. The burnout gap between men and women has doubled in the last year alone. The 5 women on our panel today are experts on their own lives and the challenges that they face. Each story is unique, but you will hear themes that mirror the challenges facing millions of American women. Dreams have been sacrificed, goals have been put on hold, and I know plenty of sleep has been lost. This isn't just an issue of trying harder, it affects all of us. We cannot expect our economy to perform to its fullest potential when a large swath of the workforce can't even get through the door. Women's workforce participation rates, of which you know I have a profound interest, and the earnings trail we acknowledge as it relates to men are part of this discussion. The National Partnership for Women and Families estimate that this costs our economy $650 billion a year. Labor force participation amongst women in the United States is consistently behind our peer countries that provide basic supports for caregiving. American women and families pay for this in lost income, additional hardships, and our economy pays for it when our talented workers are forced to sit out. In many cases, this burnout epidemic is uniquely American. The United States is one of only 2 OECD countries that does not provide paid leave to new parents. It is one of only a handful that does not provide paid leave to workers dealing with their own serious medical conditions or those of loved ones. Ask any parent about finding childcare, and you'll hear how scarce it is. When they do find it, it can be quite expensive. Last year, we held a very similar hearing where we heard loud and clear about the policy solutions that would better support women and unlock their full potential. Since then, this committee has led with a guaranteed child care and universal paid family and medical leave legislation. Unfortunately, many of our colleagues on the other side did not join us in recognizing the urgency of creating these basic workplace supports. We won't give up, however. Too much is at stake. With that, let me recognize the ranking member, Mr. Brady, for an opening statement.
Thank you, Chairman Neal, for hosting this important hearing today. As Republicans, we're eager to work with you and Democrats to find common ground on an issue everyone can agree on, improving the lives of working families, especially under President Biden, where women, workers, and families are suffering. A dangerous baby formula shortage, raging inflation that's driving the price of everything up, and shrinking family budgets, record-rising crime, and for women-owned businesses, both a worker shortage and double-digit Biden inflation that is threatening their very survival. Under President Biden, working women haven't had it this bad for decades. With the looming recession, real wages shrinking, and even higher gas prices ahead, it looks to be getting worse. No wonder the Wall Street Journal reported that most Americans are deeply pessimistic about the U.S. economy. Unfortunately, the Democrat-controlled Congress has taken a partisan go-it-alone approach that's failed to solve these issues, ramming through a nearly $2 trillion unpaid COVID stimulus that fueled inflation, did nothing to drive child care costs down. Passing a bitterly partisan Build Back Better bill that independent experts revealed included a new toddler tax that raises child care costs on working families by $13,000 to $27,000 a year, depending on where you live. There is no evidence that the expanded child tax credit lowered child poverty by 40%, and the $54 billion in emergency child care funding has done nothing to lower child care costs. In fact, the cost of child care continues to rise. Just ask any parent. This hearing is about what working women need for a stronger economy, and I think if we work together, we can achieve that. I hope, I wish our colleagues wouldn't have developed their bill in private without Republican input, because according to CBO's analysis, the government-run mandate means most employers who currently offer paid family medical leave would ultimately provide fewer weeks of leave and less paid during leave. We could have had a solution by now if we'd worked together and helped low-income and single-income families like that of Jennifer Villegas, 19-year-old mom who lives with her 5-month-old son in my home state of Texas. Already unable to afford child care, Ms. Villegas reported that her family often has to choose between filling up their gas tank and buying groceries. Unable to afford driving to multiple stores, she's turned to the internet for her search for infant formula, where she's lost more than $150 to scammers. When she finally does find formula in stock, she's hit again with high shipping costs. This is the harsh reality of President Biden's cruel economy. We need to work together to help women like Ms. Villegas and her family. Here are our ideas. Last year, working with Republicans on the Education Labor Committee, we unveiled the Protecting Worker Paychecks Family Choice Act. This initiative expands access to paid family leave and child care and provides greater flexibility and choice to parents while focusing on the greatest benefits on low-wage workers. This is a contrast to the new Build Back Better government mandates on small businesses and a new entitlement program that shifts control of the paid leave program to the Social Security Administration, resulting in more Washington control and lower paychecks. We expand access to paid family medical leave by incentivizing more businesses who don't currently offer paid leave and focusing on gaps in coverage where the real problem lies. We expand access to affordable child care by leveraging the existing $50 billion in new investments, targeting funds, and preserving parent choice, including in faith-based child care. Our bill also has the added benefit of being extremely popular with the American people. 49% of voters support Republican ideas to expand access to paid leave versus Democrats' new government-run paid leave entitlement. This builds on our pro-family work like the Family and Medical Leave Tax Credit in the Republican tax cuts bill, the first ever national paid leave initiative. Our approach allows workers and their employees to work together for their benefits without Washington intervention. We encourage job creators to offer workers up to 12 weeks paid family medical leave, and we didn't just stop there. 39 million families benefited from our doubling of the expanded child tax credit. We also worked successfully to establish a new baby savings provisions, allowing millions of new parents to borrow from their savings plan to pay for expenses, including leave. The results speak for themselves. After passage of the Republican tax cuts, the unemployment rate for working moms hit a 66-year low. This was true for mothers of every color and academic achievement level. Not only were more moms working, but their wages were also going up at a faster rate than ever. And in 2019 alone, household income grew more in 1 year than all 8 years of the Obama-Biden administration combined. And those wages grew much faster than inflation, giving families a pay raise, not a pay cut, as under this president. In short, Mr. Chairman, I think if we work together on the best ideas to expand paid medical leave, we can empower moms and dads to pursue their careers while building strong and thriving families. With that, I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. It's now my great pleasure to welcome our witnesses whose life experiences have given them hard-won expertise in how we can make our economy work for women in the United States. First, we have Ms. Tori Snyder, a small business owner from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, with a young son. Next, we have Ms. Nija Phelps from Milford, Connecticut. She lives with her husband, her 1-year-old daughter, and her mother-in-law, and joins us virtually. Next is Donna Price, a nurse from Cleveland, Ohio. Then we will have Ms. Jana Beach, joining us virtually from Kenai, Alaska. She was a primary caregiver for her parents while managing a small nonprofit organization. Finally, we have Ms. Alicia Huey, the president of AGH Homes in Birmingham, Alabama. All of your statements will be made part of the record in their entirety. I would ask that you summarize your testimony in 5 minutes or less. To help you with that time, please keep an eye on the timer in front of you. I will notify you when your time has expired. Ms. Snyder, would you please proceed?
Good morning, Chairman Neal, Ranking Member Brady, and the members of the committee. My name is Tori Snyder, and I am a single mom of a terrific 4.5-year-old son, Braxton. We live in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania with my mother, and we also help care for my grandmother, her mother, who lives at a personal care facility just a few blocks from our home. I am a proud member of the Moms Rising team. I am a sandwich generation mom and a true single mom. I have sole physical and financial responsibility of my son. The pandemic has been extremely difficult for our family, in considerable part because lawmakers have failed to ensure that working people can access paid leave and because quality childcare is hard to find and even harder to afford. I worked in the film industry as an executive vice president for years, but before the pandemic, I left, as you can imagine, a single mom working a hard job. I was getting burned out along the way, working unpredictable hours, which made it impossible for me to even take Braxton to school and pick him up at the end of the day. I had lined up contract work for nonprofits as my new career, but then COVID came and I lost all my contracts and Braxton's childcare program was closed. March 17th of 2020, there we were at home, both mother and son, worried of what was going to happen next. At that time, Braxton was being diagnosed. He is on the autism spectrum and also has sensory processing disorder. He needs several hours of occupational therapy, speech and behavioral therapy. During this time, my grandmother also got COVID and spent months going in and out of the hospital. Caregiving to her required additional time, effort, and energy to ensure that she was okay. My mom also had a little slip during COVID and ended up breaking her arm and was off of work for several weeks. I had no money coming in during this time, and when I did have a contract and was doing work, it barely covered our basic needs. It was terrifying, and the postpartum depression that I had experienced and developed after having Braxton both returned and worsened. We were covered by Pennsylvania's Medicaid program, but that doesn't cover my mental health needs. Not being able to access a therapist is one of the most difficult challenges I face. I was recently diagnosed with ADHD and have had the diagnosis of general anxiety for many years. In order to access a therapist, I have to find them in my county. As a person in a county that has very little therapists, it's often hard to be able to find someone to help me and to also fill my medication. During all of this, I was trying to get my business going. My biggest fear then and now has been, what if I get COVID or seriously ill? I can't get sick, I can't get hurt, because if I do, I won't be able to work. And then what would happen to my family? I live in fear every day of the what ifs and the what ofs. I never take a day off because in doing so would mean leaving money on the table. Braxton's preschool did finally open. Having childcare again was a blessing, but it also cost me $800 a month. The average Pennsylvanian spends about $11,000 a year on childcare. This was a huge amount of my take-home pay. Braxton finished up his 2 years there last week, and now I'm scraping together the money to cover his summer program at the YMCA. I've started a business, Self-Care Senorita, in part to help people with burnout and to make sure that no one else has to go through that feeling. I also work as a small business coach and a diversity, equity, and inclusion consultant, but it's an understatement to say that I'm stretched thin. I wish I had the money to pay for an occasional babysitter so I could better manage my responsibilities or potentially be able to work longer days and care for myself, but it's just not in the budget. The child tax credit was a huge help, considerably, as we were able to do many adventures during the days that he did not have school, so that way his classroom was expanded to the world we know. But, as you know, Congress ended those monthly payments. Paid leave would make all the difference for my family. It would give me the peace of mind to know that we won't go broke, we won't lose our home, and if I get sick or I need to take time off of work to care for Braxton, my mother, or my grandmother, I have that capability. COVID left so many of us siloed. We're not sure who's vaccinated. We're afraid to send our kids out or have people come into our homes. A lot of single moms are isolated and alone, and we're trying to handle everything by ourselves. We are so burned out, exhausted, overworked, and overtired. We're struggling even more now because it's so expensive to feed our children. I hope you will invest in the care infrastructure working families need, with paid leave for all, affordable childcare, home and community-based services and coverages that address all of our healthcare needs. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Snyder. Now I would ask Ms. Phelps to please proceed.
Thank you, Chairman Neal, and members of the House and Ways and Means Committee for the opportunity to testify. It's truly an honor. And Chairman Neal, your opening statement said it all, as did Ms. Snyder's testimony. Like her, I want my story to be known, because as a woman, I know firsthand how this pandemic has largely fell on my shoulders and those like me, other caregivers who are juggling school closures, housekeeping, and unstable work options. My family could have used comprehensive, inclusive, paid family and medical leave as long ago as 2014. Back then, my husband and I needed to quit our jobs in Indiana and move to Michigan to care for his mother, who was struggling with diabetes and needed us to be her caretaker for 6 months. Over time, she was also diagnosed with cancer, and we've continued to care for her here in our home in Connecticut. If we had access to paid family and medical leave at that time, we might have been able to provide care without both of us losing our jobs and leaving our home. In the past few years, our need for paid family and medical leave has only increased. When the pandemic started in 2020, I was pregnant for the first time. I was furloughed due to COVID-19 for nearly a year. And when the baby came, my husband was able to take 6 weeks of paid leave. When that 6 weeks was over, his job required him to go into the office part of the time. We didn't feel comfortable with the level of COVID exposure that was inevitable there. We had a newborn and the care of his elderly, immunocompromised mother who was living with us, and I was scared. I didn't want him to go in, but we had to do what we had to do to keep his job. Now my husband has lost his job, and I'm only back to work 1 day every other week, down from 3 to 4 days a week. We're in a state of constantly being on guard and trying to prepare for whatever comes next, and still stay on top of our finances and caring for our family. My daughter is almost 2, and I'd like to put her in daycare. but the dangers of COVID still persist, and everything is so expensive. The expansion of the unemployment insurance and the child tax credits were a lifeline for us last year. But since their expiration, we've had to dip into our retirement savings to care for our family, and I'm worried that we're not going to be able to keep up with our mortgage payments. It's hard to feel positive and to keep moving forward when it doesn't feel like your present or your future is stable. Today, I'm speaking as a volunteer parent advocate for the Connecticut Women's Education and Legal Fund, Family Values at Work, the Voices of Workers Advisory Group of the Paid Leave for All campaign. I'm speaking for the sons and daughters who risk economic disaster to care for their sick parents. I'm speaking for the 1 in 4 new moms who return to work after only 2 weeks and are then made to feel like they're not real parents. I'm speaking for the far too many people for whom cancer treatment is what you do on your lunch break or on the weekends. And I'm speaking for those of us who live on the brink of financial disaster despite playing by all the rules. It's time for a change. Like all Americans, my family needs paid family and medical leave, but we also need quality, affordable, and comprehensive childcare, places where our children can thrive and where parents can afford to see them thrive there. The COVID related policies of expanded unemployment insurance and child tax credits kept many other families like mine who were struggling afloat, and we must make these support systems easier to access and permanent for all Americans. We need paid family and medical leave so we can take the time to access that care for ourselves and for our family members without the worry that we'll have to choose between our jobs and the people that our jobs are providing for. We need this holistic care for everyone because everyone has, had, or will have a story like mine. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Phelps. Ms. Price, would you please proceed?
Good morning, Chairman Neal and Ranking Member Brady and other members of the committee. My name is Donna Price and I live in Cleveland, Ohio. I am a nurse and a mom of 3. I have 2 adult children and 1 18-year-old with autism. And I also care for my mother, who is disabled, and I'm a proud member of Moms Rising. Trying to balance work full-time, paying my bills, and caring for my mother and son has never been easy, and the pandemic has created enormous new challenges. Without basic care infrastructure in place that includes paid family and medical leave, my career has suffered, and my family has struggled. And I appreciate the opportunity to come here and tell my story today. During the pandemic, I faced many choices, impossible choices over and over again. As a nurse, I have felt the full weight of COVID strain on our nation's healthcare system. My colleagues and I have worked tirelessly, day in and day out, risking our own health to keep our hospitals running and our patients cared for. At times, I was working 72 hours a week. At the same time, my own family struggled. The pandemic has been especially hard for my son. He has autism and thrives on routine, but when COVID hit, everything changed. He struggled with his mental health and needed constant supervision and care. And as a mother, it has been extremely painful and upsetting to watch him struggle. I can't tell you how many times my child care plan has fallen through, and I've been forced to leave work early or take days off to care for him. Especially without paid leave, it's been incredibly stressful. Thankfully, his school and his child care program was on site, and although it was expensive, it worked. But in early 2021, both his school and his aftercare program went remote because of COVID surge. And I had no choice but to take 8 weeks off from work to care for him. He was contemplating suicide and needed constant supervision. So I had recently started a new job, and I had not accrued any paid time off. So I had to leave, but I had no pay. For 8 weeks, I had zero income. Of course, I still had bills to pay. We were in a financial crisis. I struggled to pay rent, put gas in my car, and buy groceries, and pay for my mom's medications. I was facing $2,000 in unpaid gas bill and $800 in unpaid electric bill. We only made it through with the help from my oldest son and my daughter, who's a social worker and a police officer. Otherwise, I don't know what I would have done. I managed to return to work at the hospital for several months, but in July 2021, once again, My son's mental health took a turn for the worse. Once again, I had to choose between caring for my son when he needed me most and maintaining my financial security. I took several more weeks of unpaid leave. I was exhausted and stressed, and I hit a breaking point. Without basic support like paid family and medical leave, it just wasn't possible for me to return to work full-time while caring for my mom and my son. So I made the incredible but tough decision to leave my job and take a position as a contract nurse, which provided more flexibility. So today I work about 36 hours a week through a staffing agency. Of course, that comes with their own challenges. My income is lower, and I no longer get health insurance through my employer, so I have to pay for everything out of my pocket. And I still don't have paid leave. And with the rising cost of essentials like food and gas, it's really hard for me to make ends meet. Like so many working moms across the country, I am tired. I am tired of working so hard day after day and still worrying about the bills. I am tired of making impossible choices and robbing Peter to pay Paul. I am tired of struggling because our country hasn't invested in the care infrastructure that moms, families, and caregivers need and our community needs to thrive. My family is counting on Congress to take action and build an economy that works for all of us. That means investing in child care and home community-based services for people with disabilities and paid family and medical leave for all. If I knew I had 12 weeks of guaranteed paid leave and medical leave, it would be life-changing. My career would look so much different and my stress level will be manageable. It will open up so many opportunities for my son and me. I know so many working moms can relate to my story. As moms, essential workers, and caregivers for elderly parents, we go out every day and do what we need to do to make sure everyone else is cared for, but sometimes it feels like that most people are not making sure we're okay. If I knew I had 12 weeks of guaranteed paid family and leave, it would be life-changing. My career would look so much different. So I need to know that my elected leaders have my back, that there are policies in place that would enable me to be the best mom and caregiver and nurse that I could be, that my son is going to be okay. So as you guys discuss the next reconciliation package, I hope you remember my family stories and listen to the millions of working parents across the country who are crying out for change. We need a care infrastructure before the pandemic, and we need it now more than ever. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Price. Ms. Beach, would you please proceed?
Good morning. Thank you so much for giving me an opportunity to speak. A little bit about myself. My name is Jonna Beach. I was born in Los Angeles, raised in Phoenix, and moved to Kenai, Alaska in January of 2008 by way of Florida. My folks moved to Alaska in 2006, and I fell in love with it when I went to visit them in the summer of 2006. My folks and I agreed it would be beneficial for me to move closer so that there was a kid around as they continued to age. Being the youngest of the kids, it was easier for me to make the move, and I have not regretted it one bit. The town I live in is on the road system, meaning you can drive to it. We do have communities in Alaska which are only accessible by plane or boat. Although Kenai is on the road system and we have an incredible hospital here, there are times when we must travel to Anchorage for healthcare. It's a 3-hour road trip when the weather is decent or a 20-minute flight. My mom and I had an agreement from the time my grandfather came to live with them that any appointments which were overnight or out of town, I would handle them. Anything in town or day of, she would handle. After my grandfather passed away, we rolled that plan over to my dad's medical appointments. My mom was in relatively good health and was the primary caregiver for my dad, who was diagnosed with early onset dementia in the fall of 2013. Fast forward to August of 2018, my dad was having heart issues and ended up being life-flighted to Anchorage. I drove the 3 hours. Bear with me. I drove the 3 hours to the Alaska Heart Institute to be his advocate. What we thought was going to be a weekend stay ended up being 14 days. During his stay in the hospital, I would be in his room from 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. to catch the doctors and be in the loop with everything that was going on. I worked remotely the entire time, managing my employees and tasks from his hospital room. I had started working for a small nonprofit in June of 2011. We had accrued paid time off, but FMLA, or the Family Medical Leave Act, did not apply to us because we were a small staff. Because I was a salaried employee and a self-proclaimed workaholic, I had banked over 200 hours of paid time off. As a single income household, if I did not have these hours, the financial hardship would have been devastating. Jumping forward to November of 2019, my mom was not feeling that great. She ended up in the emergency room on the Wednesday before Thanksgiving. The stomach flu she thought she had turned out to be stage 4 pancreatic cancer that had metastasized to her liver. We were told she'd have 6 months to a year, but it would be more like 6 months. I had notified my board of directors, which were my bosses, my staff, and key community members of what was going on, because I knew, even though I am amazing at spinning plates, that I might let one or more drop. Everyone told me, do whatever I need to do, but I kept working in the office and remotely. December 26th of 2019, as we were easing into a rhythm with my mother, my dad took another nosedive. He got a stomach flu and ended up so dehydrated, his heart was struggling and his kidneys were shutting down. At this point, I thought my parents were in a race to die, but I kept working. Grizz, my dad, ended up in the hospital for 10 days. I kept the same schedule as last time, 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. to meet doctors and approve treatment plans, and I worked from the hospital room. My dad stabilized enough to come home, but had 2 more hospital stays in a short time frame. January 16th of 2020, my mom opted to not continue chemo. She told me she was sorry, and I told her it was okay, fully knowing that we wouldn't have much longer. But who am I to be selfish and beg her to keep trying? On February 26th, my dad had been back in the hospital for a few days. I brought him home that afternoon after attending a work event that I couldn't miss, only to turn around and bring my mom into the hospital to be admitted for end-of-life care. I would spend the next 5 days in her hospital room, working when I could. My mother passed away on Monday, March 2nd of 2020. I returned to work the following Monday. My dad went into end-of-life care on March 27th. I did what I had done the last few months and kept working from his hospital room. My dad continued to decline, and he passed away on Thursday, April 2nd of 2020. I returned to work 3 days later. As I had mentioned before, I had a slew of PTO hours or paid time off banked up. I am thankful I could use them when I couldn't work, so I didn't have a financial hardship such as losing my home or losing my vehicle. This entire time, it never had occurred to me to take time off, and not one of my board members had suggested taking time off. And honestly, I don't think they knew what to do. Stuff like this doesn't happen every day. And there's no policy or roadmap to guide us, so I kept working, spinning all the plates, and not letting one fall. And this is why this policy is so important. So in moments like this, caregivers can focus on spending time with their dying loved ones. So in moments like this, a caregiver never has to wonder if they can pay for their housing or if they're going to lose their home. And in some moments like this, a caregiver will have a foundation after their world is done falling apart. Thank you so much for taking time to listening to us today.
Thank you, Ms. Beach. Now let me call upon Ms. Huey to proceed.
Chairman Neal, Ranking Member Brady, and members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to testify today on behalf of the National Association of Home Builders. My first job as a teenager was working in a daycare center, and in my early 20s, I took over management of that daycare center. My career focus was education. I realized later in life, through my volunteer work with Habitat for Humanity, that my true passion was building homes. In 2000, I founded my own business, AGH Homes, and I'm one of fewer than 20 women home builders in Alabama. As a small business owner, I am concerned with the state of the economy. Within NAHB, we often refer to the 5 L's as shorthand for the headwinds facing the industry: labor, lending, local regulatory restrictions, lots, and lumber. In the past 18 months, the headwinds have begun to turn into gale force blast. This affects me directly as a home builder, a business owner, and it gravely affects the many women who head up their households and are struggling to make ends meet. My industry faces a massive labor shortage that has grown worse over the past year. The count of open construction jobs recently hit a record high. Although the share of women in construction is slowly increasing, we need to do more to ensure women feel welcomed into construction careers. I've been very active within NAHB's Professional Women in Building to ensure the door is open for any woman who wants to enter into this field. Part of the solution involves tackling the high cost of child care and availability of paid leave. How we solve these problems is critical to small business like mine. Congress must pursue flexible, targeted, and incentive-based strategies. The Protecting Worker Paycheck and Family Choice Act appropriately takes this approach. It would expand the paid family and medical leave tax credit to make it more generous for small businesses to help and reduce cost. In contrast, mandates and one-size-fits-all solutions only create burdens for small businesses. If Congress fails to strike the proper balance, the result tends to drive up cost. And keeping costs low is critically important. My industry is struggling with the effects of inflation. 40% of core inflation is driven by shelter cost. Rents are on the rise due to the lack of housing supply, and higher interest rates have pushed the average mortgage rate to 5.45%. Since the spring of 2020, lumber prices have increased 75%. Steel mill prices up 107%, drywall 32%, exterior paint 48%, aluminum is up 85%, and copper 116%. The result is a median price of a newly built home increased nearly 20% over the last year. Rising home prices and interest rates are taking a terrible toll on housing affordability. In fact, housing affordability has fallen to a decade low. A year ago, 25% of new home sales were priced below $300,000. In April, it was only 10%. 7 out of 10 households cannot afford a new medium-priced home. I urge the committee, when looking at barriers to women entering the workforce, to not discount the effect a lack of affordable housing has on women. Congress must also directly confront the supply-side challenges that are driving up inflation. We urge you to call on the Biden administration to suspend tariffs on Canadian lumber imports and immediately enter into negotiations with Canada on a new softwood lumber agreement. Congress must also ensure that vocational training opportunities stand on the same footing as four-year college path. As a woman in the construction industry, I face challenges my male colleagues do not. I had to prove myself in a way that my male colleagues did not. And from that experience, I want to ensure that any woman who seeks to enter this career field finds the door open. Problems like paid leave, affordable child care, and affordable housing needs solutions that will have an immediate impact. NAHB's chief economist is now forecasting a recession for next year. Relief cannot wait. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today.
Let me thank our witnesses for that very powerful and human testimony. As we proceed to the questioning of our witnesses, I do want to take a moment to welcome our newest member of the committee, Congressman David Kustoff from Tennessee. Mr. Kustoff, we look forward to working with you, and I think everybody on the committee shares the following belief. This is the best assignment in all of Congress, to be on the Ways and Means Committee. Let me yield to Mr. Brady to introduce our newest member.
Well, it's no surprise I agree with the chairman in all these remarks. David Kustoff's roots run deep in West Tennessee. He was born and raised in Shelby County. I went to the University of Memphis. President Bush appointed him U.S. Attorney for the Western District of Tennessee, where he focused on cleaning up government corruption and fighting violent crime, and the governor of Tennessee appointed him to the Tennessee Higher Education Commission. David is serving his third term in Congress, was formerly a member of the Financial Services Committee, where he did an outstanding job. We are proud to join Chairman Neal in welcoming Mr. Kustoff to the committee.
Thank you. Mr. Brady, let me also welcome our summer interns for Family Values at Work who are with us today. The work they're doing in support of paid family leave is quite important. So without objection, each member will now be recognized for 5 minutes to question our witnesses. Consistent with committee practice in these hybrid settings, we will dispense with the Gibbons rule and go in the order of seniority, switching between majority and minority members. Let me begin by recognizing myself. Ms. Snyder, you have had a rough time these past few years supporting your son, your mom, your grandmother, and getting a new business off the ground, not to mention dealing with your own health challenges. Do you think your experience is unusual, and what supports would be most helpful in managing your challenges?
Thank you, Chairman Neal, for the question. My experience is not unusual. There's millions of parents, mothers, and single mothers that are experiencing the same thing: burnout, fear, the worry of what's going to happen tomorrow. Our biggest fear and our biggest drain is that there's just not enough help. There's just not enough support. Access to childcare, paid leave for all, affordable childcare, and also quality childcare. Just because a place is open doesn't mean it's the right place for our child. What would help is being able to know that there's some type of system to help us in our dire needs. We're not looking for a handout. We're not looking for someone to come and take care of us. What we're looking for is in our time of need, when we have to care, or when we need to care for others, that we don't have to worry about the roof of our head, or groceries, or that we don't have a place for our children to go in order to be best prepared for the next steps in their educational journey. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Price, you and other healthcare workers did so much for all of us over the past couple of years that we note the high personal cost personally as well. In your testimony, you mentioned that you care for both your son and your mother, and that your son needs substantial support. Can you tell us more about your mom's needs and what you've done for her, and what kind of income and security do you have to give up when you became a contract nurse so you could care for son and mom? Put your microphone on, please.
Thank you for the question, Chairman Neal. In 2019, my mother had a stroke at the brain. So at that point, I had to give up working to care for her. It is very challenging for me to have to take care of my mother and see about my son. Right now, she's a little bit more independent, but where my son, who has autism, the pandemic is still to have a major effect on him. So he needs me just as much as she do, just in a different way.
Thank you. And with that, let me now recognize the ranking member to inquire, Mr. Brady.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I too want to thank the witnesses for your compelling testimony today. So I've experienced with super moms. My mom raised 5 of us by herself after my dad was killed. My oldest brother was 14. My baby brother was 3. Whether you're raising 1 or raising 5 or more, it is an incredible responsibility. So thank you for being here to tell your story. So it's really important we get this right. I think that's what Ms. Huey's point was to us today. And I look at, we're often told that, look, having a government-mandated paid family leave program will increase women in the workforce, but that's not so clear. California has the longest government mandate and paid family leave, 18 years in America. But when you look at percentage of women in the workforce, California has fewer women in the workforce than 21 states, including Texas, who don't have that government-mandated paid family leave. And the National Bureau of Economic Research took a close look at California and concluded that that mandate actually reduced women in employment by 7% and lowered their paychecks by 8%. None of us want outcomes like that. We're often told, too, that the rest of the world has a government-mandated paid leave. America needs it to keep up as well, but there's real consequences here. I looked at the International Labor Organization, a very credible American Action Forum, a group of organizations that track these issues. And what I noted is that compared to the U.S., Women in Europe, which has this long-running government-mandated paid leave program, women in the U.S. are less likely to become managers than women here in the United States, and more likely to fill the lower-paying jobs. And in Europe, the gender pay gap is worse. Female labor force participation is worse, and women are more likely to be in part-time jobs and full-time jobs. None of us want that. None of us want those outcomes. And so how we tackle this issue of access to paid family medical leave is really crucial. That is why, as Republicans, we think focusing on the businesses that don't offer it, focusing our money on the lowest income workers, filling the gaps where we don't have it today, to us, we think is a much better approach than the government-mandated paid leave program that has some serious consequences to it. Ms. Huey, that was really the point you were trying to make to us as a woman entrepreneur facing big challenges in your lifetime. I know, too, in addition to higher costs, we're seeing higher inflation because we don't have the workers we need here. Can you, and I know in housing especially, this worker crisis for the past 15, 16 months has been the worst we've seen really in my lifetime. How does that worker crisis, how does the shortage of, and those higher costs, how does that affect you and your subcontractors as you're trying to provide, affordable housing for families?
The shortage of construction workers in our industry has gravely affected us. A house that used to take about 4 months to build is now taking 10 months because you've got to wait on those people to come to you to work because of the backlog that we have in housing right now. I think that if we can make programs available to women and to everyone for more job training. When I look at, think back when I was in high school and the vocational bus that carried the people, those were always the troubled children. We've got to change the mindset of the parents in America that the four-year college path is not for everyone. There are great construction trade careers for people, and to support those just as much as we do the college career path.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. My oldest son is a welder and family-owned business, loves it, works 60 to 80 hours a week and can't get enough of it. And I think you're right, we need to change the minds of parents, to understand how important that skilled labor work and how important it is too. Unless we get Americans back to work and reconnect to their jobs, we're going to see higher inflation and higher prices and higher housing for years and years to come. Thank you, Ms. Huey, for your testimony.
Thank you, Mr. Brady. Let me recognize the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Doggett, to inquire.
Well, thank you so much for your compelling testimony. Your experiences really give a better picture of what life is like in the real world for working families. In addition to the human cost, the obviously emotional cost that you've described today, I think the economic cost is very real as we have lower participation of women in the workforce and related workforce shortages that we're hearing about from one business sector after another. Navigating child care and parenting in this pandemic clearly can cause the type of crushing burden that you have described. Even parents who can afford child care, who each morning drop off their child, are uncertain whether they'll be called because of a quarantine to pick up their child. I know personal instances of that in our area. And they never know whether they're going to have the leave to permit them to do that, or they will risk losing their job by staying with the child. Much like what you've described, I think of Jessica in my hometown of Austin, who worries about her 2-year-old daughter. That is more than just normal concern of a parent because her daughter's been sick repeatedly, and she does not have paid leave or unpaid days the next time her daughter turns up unable to stay in childcare. For many others who are unable to afford childcare, a family member, usually a woman, must leave the workforce altogether and stay in order to protect that family. Throughout the highs of new life with new children and the lows of loss, caregivers are clearly being forced to put their lives on hold. They should not have to put their paycheck and their work opportunity and the economic security of their family on hold. Paid leave, which is really paid stay, the opportunity for a limited stay with an aging parent, a new baby, or to deal with a specific medical problem like our witnesses have just described, can help bridge the gap. For Sarah, another constituent of mine in Austin, paid leave provided the time she needed to recover from a very difficult, unplanned C-section. I agree with her when she said it's unconscionable that so many women in this country have to go back to work so soon after going through such a physically and emotionally taxing experience as having a child. Though it's not a panacea for every caregiving need, comprehensive paid leave enables workers to care for themselves and their loved ones in the short term and plan for necessary long-term care. Other supports that are so vital, like greater access to child care, expanded home and community-based services, and the child tax credit, were all steps that we approved over considerable obstruction and over continued obstruction in the Senate to try to help families help themselves with their economic future and their well-being. Ms. Price, let me ask you, as a parent of three, who's described in a very strong fashion the challenges that you face with them and your elderly mother, can you describe what kind of assistance you believe would be most helpful to your family to continue your essential work as a nurse?
Thank you, sir. What I would need is a paid leave. The problem for me is at the time when I had to take off work, there was no paid leave. So I was home caring for my son, caring for my mother, and having to make decisions to whether I was going to get her medicine, pay for groceries, put gas in the car to take my son to therapy, who had to have intense therapy at least 3 to 4 times a week. So I think that if I had had paid leave, I would have had less pressure. I would have been able to pay a bill or not have to worry about whether I eat and my mom and my son eat, or just those two were going to eat. Because many nights and days I had to choose that I not eat, but they had to have their needs met. So paid time off would have really tremendously taken a lot of pressure off me.
Well, thank you very much, and thanks for the testimony of each of you. It does provide some real insight in our work and hopefully an incentive to reduce the amount of obstruction that we've been facing and producing some real results for working families. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. Let me recognize the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Buchanan, to inquire.
I want to thank the chairman and thank all of our witnesses for a very powerful testimony. And I'm like the leader. You know, I grew up in a blue-collar family, one of 6. Dad worked 2 jobs. That was my reality. So moms have always been, I was the oldest of 6, so I'd hear a lot of that struggle from week to week. And then if you look at single mothers, we were fortunate, 2 parents. It's hard for sometimes mothers to get, especially when they have teenage sons, be able to deal with that. So in many ways, my mind always takes 2, but the single moms are my superheroes. I can't imagine how they do it, whether it's you, Ms. Price, or any of the ladies here today. It's incredible, and we need to find a way on a bipartisan basis we can work together. This is an important issue. With inflation raging 8.6%, we should be focusing on the Biden administration's failing economic policies that are driving up prices, making staples like gas and groceries more unaffordable for everyone. I've heard numerous stories from moms and dads back home about high prices, even just trying to fill up their gas tanks. Someone the other day got a small car, even a Honda back home, was telling me about $80 to fill it up. So it's making a big difference. Food prices up. I heard meat up to 30% in a lot of other areas. So it's making it a lot more difficult to feed the kids as well. They can't find formula for the babies on the bare shelves. Rampant government spending is only making it worse. House Republicans are working to help these same people try to make ends meet and bring some accountability back to the tax dollars we've spent. Republicans introduced the Protecting Workers' Payments and Family Choice Act, which includes my Child Care Fund Accountability Act. This bill will require HHS to conduct oversight on funds spent on child care grants and child care development block grants. The American Rescue Plan Act puts $54 billion towards child care, which has not been made available yet. Let me ask you, Ms. Huey, just quickly, as a small business person myself, how many employees do you have?
I have one.
So you've got one employee, and a lot of people don't realize that 90% of the chamber I was in Sarasota, we had 2,600 businesses. Most of them are 15 employees or less. But I do remember when I got in business, it wasn't just the inflation. It was the interest they had to raise to try to tame the inflation. So it's a double bogey that way. In Florida, their inflation, they got a national rate, but our rate in Florida is 12%. Can you express a little bit more how inflation is impacting your small business?
Just the increases in construction supplies that we need have been unbelievable. About a 3,200 square foot house, the lumber package prior to the pandemic was about $35,000. I priced it a couple of weeks ago and it was $120,000. Now lumber prices have come down and now that same package is only $101,000. And that's just for the lumber. That's just framing lumber. That doesn't account for the cabinet increases, the concrete has gone up, roofing has gone up. Just this year with those three suppliers for new construction, I've received 3 letters just in the first 5 months of this year for increases that they're going to pass on to us, which we have to pass on to the consumer.
So what do you think the inflation to build a house today is compared to what it was a year or two ago?
20%.
So you got 20% higher in inflation. Then you got the harsh reality. Mortgages were 3.5%, 4%. Could clearly, go to 6, 7, 8%. That's where it's headed. So you get less than half the house. That's the reality the way I look at it in terms of interest expense.
It is, and for every $1,000 in the increase of a house, that price is about 117,000 people out of the home buying market. Just $1,000 kicks out about 117,000 people.
Yeah. Well, again, let me also just touch in terms of interest rates. What are you sensing the impact that's having? Hasn't gone up a lot, but quite a bit. I mean, I think I'm looking at interest mortgage rates at close to 6.5% that were 3.5 to 4. What's the impact on that?
I don't think it's going to be good for our industry at all, and not for the American home buyer either. I think it's going to bring housing to a halt.
Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. Let me recognize the gentleman from California, Mr. Thompson, to inquire.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for holding this important hearing, and thank you to all the witnesses. I want to mention in regard to information that was shared about California versus some other state. According to NIH, California paid leave increased the usual weekly work hours of employed mothers by 10 to 17%, and that there was a wage income increase by a similar amount. And it also is responsible for women being able to keep their jobs after whatever the reason was they had the leave. And I think that's important to note. But I'd like to talk about child care. And I think we all agree that affordable, high-quality child care is fundamental to the success of our entire economy. But availability continues to be a bit of a problem. Women are disproportionately suffering the consequences. In one of my counties, Sonoma County in my district, the average cost of full-time child care for one child is $1,106 per month, which means the average family is paying about $14,000 a year for child care for that one child. And not only is child care near impossible to afford, it's really hard to find. According to the Community Child Care Council of Sonoma County, the number of available child care spaces in that area has been reduced by 44% since March of 2020. And it's hard for a woman to be productive in the workplace if they don't have a place to keep their kids. So, Ms. Snyder, in a recent study, the Brookings Institute called the pandemic a wake-up call on the importance of women's employment to the health of the economy and to the role of child care centers in making their contributions possible. How has the access to affordable, high-quality child care made a difference in your life and in your business?
Thank you, Representative Thompson, for the question. When we did not have childcare, I don't know if any of you have any toddlers, but trying to host Zoom meetings and phone calls with a 2.5-year-old running around, a dog, and everything else going on in the neighborhood, no matter how professional you want to be, no matter how much grace you ask, you're still providing a service to someone else. And so being pulled in so many directions where I am wanting to do my job, I am providing a service and a skill to people that are desperately in need, but still also having to be a full-time mom with a child around is really difficult. Once we were able to have childcare, and I am of privileged ability to know with an education background what to look for in a childcare program, and I know that we had access to one, but being able to apply for it, wait for the list to be able to get in, and then be able to figure out how to pay for it has all been a challenge. Now that my son is in he just finished a pre-K counts program, being able to have him in childcare Monday through Thursday, 9 to 3 was fantastic. But the average workday is not 9 to 3. I was being able to only work from 10 o'clock until 2 o'clock. So what most people have to fit into an 8 to 10 hour day, I had to fit into a 5-hour day. If we could have had extended care or 5 days a week child care, my business could maybe be stronger. Maybe I'd have the capability to take more on. He would have had more opportunity to have one-on-one, hands-on work with teachers, the social interaction with other children, and the ability to play with others. So being able to have that access would have afforded more for myself and for my business, but ultimately also the clients that I serve.
Thank you very much. And I'm assuming with childcare you can work more and get more money and be more able to afford the houses that we just heard about that are so expensive.
Yes, sir. So I'm a renter, not anywhere near close to being able to buy a home, so that's a goal. But my son didn't have school on Fridays, so that meant that I didn't take clients on Friday. So now a 5-day work week is 4 days. And so being able to even kind of schedule and figuring out how to master the workday of being able to get everything in. If he had that extra day, that was an additional 8 to 10 hours that I could have had to bill to clients for meetings, for being able to promote my own business. So just one additional day a week could have tremendously helped me financially and also with my mental health of not having to kind of wear so many hats and manage so much.
Thank you very much. I'll yield back.
Thank the gentleman. Let me recognize the gentleman from Nebraska, Mr. Smith, to inquire.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Certainly thank you to our panelists, our witnesses here today for sharing your real-life experiences. This is very important. It's compelling to hear your perspective. As a relatively new parent myself, I appreciate the challenges even more. And I think that we owe the American people the diligence of getting our policies right and sometimes recognizing that the federal government solutions aren't going to solve the problems that we think they will. I'm concerned that data recently released by the Bipartisan Policy Center found that mothers in the workforce face heightened financial insecurity. A recent poll found over half of working mothers reduced spending on everyday essentials like groceries and transportation because it conflicted with other caregiving responsibilities. I think we've heard you share that here today. Unfortunately, many of the challenges women are facing were created with the policies that have been put in place over the last year and a half, or they've been exacerbated. And I really am concerned that there is lacking the realization that, say, high gas prices could have been avoided, at least to a degree, a significant degree. I think that inflation could have been avoided, and reasonable, respected economists shared their concerns before some of the legislation has passed. But as it relates to childcare, I think this is a very important topic because we've seen proposals that I think really, really miss the mark. Aside from the question of whether or not the federal government should get so involved in childcare, I think it's important to note that 70% of families currently have in-home or a care provided in a center relating to a faith-based organization, even if it's just the roof over a building. And I'm concerned that 9 to 5 center-based care would actually do nothing for second and third shift workers. But the fact that the federal government would become so prescriptive in terms of what and where child care would be offered, I find that problematic in many ways, and I think it could actually be extremely counterproductive, especially when you look at, like I said, 70% of families currently have in-home or faith-based care. So, Ms. Huey, I appreciate your perspective here today. I know that when we talk about these everyday expenses, whether it's food, whether it's gasoline, it's my sense that it has impacted households, especially those struggling. And we heard earlier that, mortgage payments perhaps would get pushed aside because gasoline is so expensive. What is your perspective? What is your observation out in the workforce and your interactions based, reflecting on the cost of gasoline at the pump?
It has certainly increased housing, not just in delivery of, products, goods, and services to the job site, but also in workers. I have one very reliable, very good carpenter that drives an hour to work, and he's told me he's going to have to go up on his prices because of the increase in gas. I've experienced gas price increases before, and I thought, this is not going to last. It's going to go up and it's going to come back down. And then I filled up my car and I was in shock. And then the prices have gone up since then. So it has had a tremendous effect on housing. That's part of the increased letters I've gotten this year is based on fuel prices.
Yeah, thank you. I think there's so much that we can do. We've touched on some bipartisan issues here in the past in terms of workforce issues and ultimately helping folks address the workforce shortage, because with the workforce shortage and the triggers for inflation, that hurts everyone. And I think there's probably more appreciation for that across America now, but it's painful. It is painful in so many households that are struggling to get by, that I hope that we can see reasonable policies put forth rather than rejections of domestic exploration for petroleum, perhaps, or for example. There are things that we can do, we must do, because I think it will help folks who are struggling each and every day. Thank you. I yield back.
I thank the gentleman. Let me recognize the gentleman from Connecticut, Mr. Larson, to inquire.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I especially want to thank all the witnesses for your compelling testimony. It must feel a little odd, though, for you being here giving testimony about your personal experiences and be told essentially that the problem is really Biden, gasoline, and inflation. Apparently what you had to say didn't break through, or there's a principle going on here that essentially says government mandates are horrific. We should avoid these at all costs. God forbid that government step in and try to help you. Instead, we get the yo-yo policy. Do you know what that is? You're on your own. What I heard today is a number of you giving compelling, real life situations that require action, that require government doing something to assist the people we're sworn to serve. You've heard empathy from the other side, but you heard we got to get it right. Oh, we got to have other things. They basically are saying, you're on your own. We think there's a better approach. Rugged individualism may be a great value and something that you can attribute to something that everybody likes to share and have that participation, but through no fault of your own, you find yourself with a global pandemic and also with the concerns about inflation caused by a global war and shutting down oil supplies. But that's not what you are here for. You're talking about what's going on in your household and how you have to deal with the very real problems. That's what you have control over, and you're asking your government for help. Thank you for your testimony. And Ms. Phelps, I want to ask you if you would elaborate, if you could, on your experience. Dr. Ed Ziegler out of Yale used to say that child care is a cosmic crapshoot. Even when government is reaching out to help, et cetera, all the various cares. You have a very compelling story. I would love for you to expand on it. Can you discuss the barriers you've encountered in terms of finding and paying for reliable child care?
Yes, thank you, Congressman Larson. Being pregnant for the first time in March 2020, I was basically scared. I was just scared all of the time. My last few doctor's appointments, my husband couldn't go with me. So the idea of having any sort of childcare was something that I didn't think about right away. I didn't want to think about. There was no way any place felt safe enough to put my daughter so that I would be able to focus on going back to work. Not that I was able to go back to my current place at the time anyway, but the wait list and the cost and the figuring out if a place is well suited for us is something that takes time and energy and education, and not everyone has the resources to do that. I'm lucky that I do, but it doesn't take away the problem. It makes the problem a little bit easier for me than other people, but it's still a constant problem. Like I said, she's almost 2 now, and I would like to put her in daycare for her benefit and for ours, but it's not something that's easy to do, whether it was a faith-based place or not, whether the hours were 9 to 5 or not. The problem exists that I can't find a place that's easy, located closely, that's not expensive, and that is well vetted. I need help. I need help doing that. And I need the help to be something that's not just, here's a website. Having somebody who can actually be a point of contact is what would be best for my family. Thank you.
Thank you, and I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Thank the gentleman. Let me recognize the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Kelly, to inquire.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you all for being here today. So the subject of today's meeting is about burnout, and I looked up what burnout is, and that's a state of emotional, physical, and mental exhaustion caused by excessive and prolonged stress. It occurs when you feel overwhelmed, emotionally drained, and unable to meet constant demands, which is kind of the story of our whole nation today, whether you're filling up your car with gas or trying to get groceries, or just trying to meet the cost of, and where I'm from in Pennsylvania, propane gas is used not just for summer cookouts, but to heat their homes the whole year. And I'm constantly amazed that we know about what stress is, and then we try to find a reason politically of why we're struggling through all this stress. And you say, you know what, I would suggest that you leave the committee room and go to wherever people fill up their cars with gas or their trucks with gas where you live, and sit and listen to people and say, listen, does this have any effect on your cost of living? We used to talk about cost of living. We don't talk about that anymore because it's so out of control. So I just wanted to ask each of you moms that are here, now I know Miss Huey, you said you did not have children. So Miss Snyder, I'm from Butler, by the way. It's not too far from where you live in Pittsburgh, so go Steelers. I hope we get a quarterback this year.
We're neighbors.
Had to get that in, because if I go back home, if you're not wearing black and gold, you can't go to Mass.
My shoes are yellow. I'm in solidarity with you.
All right. So, Ms. Snyder, so all of you ladies have children in a child care facility or need to have their children in a child care facility. Do any of you have a child in a faith-based child care facility? There's a lot of child care out there. Not all child care is the same. So your choice would be to look at what's available for the best thing for Braxton in your case.
Yes, sir. So faith-based organizations in our area are usually only 3 days a week and about 4 hours a day.
Okay.
In order to be able to take him to a faith-based care facility, which as a strong Christian and an elder in my church was something that I looked for, I wouldn't be able to work at all because there would be no one to be able to take him or pick him up. The confines of many of the hours of faith-based organizations don't fit the average working mother's schedule, let alone a single mother's schedule. So that's not readily available. There's quite a few really great preschool programs that are faith-based in our area. They fill up very quickly, and they have very small and limited capacity for children.
Very good. So, Ms. Phelps, I know you're up in Milford, Connecticut. You're not here physically with us today, but you are on the screen. Your children, what kind of a facility? If we just go through, have any of you considered a faith-based facility for your child for child care? And we'll just make it yes or no if you have or have not. So, Ms. Phelps, is that something you would consider?
Yes, it is.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Price, with your children.
I only have my son who's now 18, so I don't have to.
So you don't have a real child care problem right now?
Child care, not
Okay.
at this moment, no.
Okay,
he's
and
18.
so early on, when your son was real young, facilities that you went to, did you consider faith-based?
My son has autism, so I
Okay,
have very.
so you had to find a
limited-
special.
I have to find a special
Excellent.
place.
Excellent. So, Ms. Beach, just to ask you, when you were looking for childcare, did you consider a faith-based facility? Well, not just faith-based, was even if it was in a faith-based building. Now, Ms. Beach, so did you look at that option when you were looking for childcare?
I'm not a mother. I'm not a mother.
Oh, you're not about, okay, I'm sorry. Okay, thank you. Well, the reason I bring this up is because unfortunately, we always go away from policy and go to politics. And so when I hear people say, well, you know, doggone, these damn Republicans just don't want to help you. In the Build Back Better Act, we noticed that you could be in the faith, or you could be in the healthcare, the child care business, but you couldn't be faith-based because that was a violation of what the federal government does. So when we talk about how willing we are to help, remember that there's always inserted in there the word but. But we won't do it for this, or that. So I love the fact that we have these meetings and we talk about your burnout and we talk about cost of living and we talk about everything that is driving people up a wall. And it's all policy that has come out of this administration in almost 2 years. And as much as I want to be nice about today, I also want to be honest about today. If you ask us to work together, I would love to work together, but let me tell you, my wife asks me every week, why don't you work together? I said, if you're not allowed at the table, if you're not allowed in the room, if you're not allowed in the building, if you're not allowed in the town, please tell me how in the world you would work together. We are totally ignored as a Republican Party because we are in their way, whoever they are and whatever their way is. So I want to thank you all for being here today. The answer to everything that we're talking about is a dynamic economy, one that you can get up every day and know that you're going to be able to take care of all those whom you are responsible for and not have to turn to a government for a program that in most cases runs out of time in 12 months, 24 months, or 36 months. That's not the answer. The answer is let's get America back to work. Let's get America where they can actually afford to get up in the morning and go to work and not be sitting at home thinking, I can't possibly make it. That is true burnout, and I think that this body is suffering true burnout right now because we don't see what's going on the ground. We only see what's going on in the theory that we like to think about. So, Mr. Chairman, I thank you for having this meeting today, and I sincerely mean this to all of you.
Thank the gentleman.
Thank you for taking a day out of your life to come here and talk to us because sometimes we're too separated from the people.
Thank the gentleman again.
Thank you, Chairman.
Thank the gentleman. Let me recognize the gentleman from Oregon, Mr. Blumenauer, to inquire.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I appreciate my friend from Pennsylvania going back to the subject in terms of the burnout that we heard on vivid display here today. And it's not just our witnesses. Mr. Chairman, I would ask unanimous consent to enter into the record 2 letters from my constituents that talk about the challenges that they face.
So ordered.
It's truly inspirational thinking about how they have struggled to be able to navigate. And candidly, I thought as you're testifying, I'm reflecting on my own family. I have a son and a daughter, 4 grandchildren. There are 2 stable, above average income members in each of that family. And they are struggling to try and provide for getting access to the child care, let alone with the notion that it's the functional equivalent of college tuition for 1.5 students. And they were stressed. And I think particularly of the young women in my family, trying, Ms. Snyder, you referenced trying to be on Zoom calls with little, yeah. They were dealing with that every day in high-pressure engagements. And so looking at the context here, I am concerned that we are having an alternative that has been advanced by my friends that talks about something that is decentralized. Mr. Larson talked about you're on your own. You're relying on a patchwork of systems with companies that may or may not participate, governments that may or not participate, and the notion somehow that all the government programs that we see in other parts of the world are somehow inadequate and dysfunctional. I think people that we know in Canada or Denmark or California would take serious exception to that. Voters in my community took it upon themselves to raise local taxes to establish universal child care that we're going to start this fall because the need was so critical. And frankly, the outcomes that we face in terms of the worst outcomes for child mortality in any rich country in the world, I think some of these things are tied together. I deeply appreciate, Ms. Huey, you talking about the housing challenge we face. I agree, and I think there's a lot that needs to be done with people across the political spectrum to look at the varied interests that need to be addressed, including cranky neighbors, including environmental challenges, including supply chain. We need to zero in on the housing. But I would argue that being able to supply the workers that are necessary, having access to child care and family support is something that will actually improve productivity, that will make it easier for people to get in the workforce and to boost that low rate of participation. I'm pleased to see that it's increasing for women, but it's nowhere near what it needs to be, and providing the support that we're talking about here, I think, would make a huge difference. Mr. Chairman, I hope that we can sort of move past some of the slogans and actually look at performance. Look at what the challenges would be in terms of having a patchwork that relies on a variety of different companies, a variety of different structures. Ms. Snyder, I might just turn back to you because you want to talk about the benefits of having something that is uniform, consistent, and not forcing you to be an independent contractor to manage all of the child care challenges?
I would love to go back to corporate America with benefits, with a 9 to 5, with knowing that it's 40 hours or maybe a few extra here or there. While I deeply love working with small businesses and owning my own small business, the uncertainties that come with it are really challenging. I have to make sure that I secure a contract after contract, often taking more on than necessary because of the fear and the worry that there's not going to be enough money. What if one contract ends? What if we hit another episode? What if we hit a recession? What then happens to me? All of that stress is on me every single day. I would love to be able to have a job that offered me flexibility to take my son to occupational therapy. I would love if a job could offer me the flexibility that the days that school's closed, that I could work from home, that we could be hybrid. Now, some companies are doing this, but there's still the expectation that you have to be there, you have to be present. When I need you, I need to have you. And I fully understand that. As someone who's dedicated 15 years to corporate America, I'm more than happy to be that reliable and accountable person. But my son, he doesn't have anyone else to take care of him. So if I have to choose between working 40 hours to have health benefits or having to work 90 hours and my small business around my son's schedule in order to be there for him, making sure he can access the services that he needs, I'll deal with this stress every day. And that's why the paid leave for all is so important. So if I have to make the decision that I need to take the time to care for him, I know that we're not going to suffer, that he's not going to have to worry about food or clothing or housing, or that I would have to pull him out of his school program because we could no longer afford it. He deserves to have the high-quality preschool program that all other children deserve.
I thank the gentleman, and I think one of the recognizable moments so far in the questioning and the testimony from the witnesses, everybody in this room agrees there's a problem. We just have to figure out how to proceed. With that, let me recognize the gentleman from Missouri, Mr. Smith, to inquire.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank all the witnesses for taking time out of your busy schedule to be here. Ms. Huey, I know how hard these last few years must have been for you. As a woman who owns and operates a small business, do one-size-fits-all paid leave and childcare policies regulated by burdensome federal processes make it harder to deliver benefits to employees?
Yes, sir. Thank you for the question. It absolutely does, and I think that I can also speak to my husband's small business. He has 20 employees, or maybe a little bit less, maybe about 18 employees. He offers leave and pays his employees when they're not there. There are a lot of small businesses out there that offer benefits to working women and men that government mandates coming down would stop all that, and it would make the cost of goods and services go higher. I think that if I might divert a little bit from that question but address something else, I think that the price of inflation is also going to drive up healthcare costs. Having run a daycare center before, I can tell you that workers coming to work every day with the price that gas is, the food that they buy, most daycares, I believe, provide breakfast and lunch and snacks for the children. The price of that has gone up tremendously. I had a grocery store clerk tell me the other day when I commented about how expensive ground beef had gotten. She said, that's why I had to quit buying meat.
So, Ms. Huey, you must have read my mind, because I was about to ask you, has higher inflation caused by the increased federal spending benefited your business? And you clearly showed how it has not, which I'm glad to hear you say that. Frequently, the folks I represent in Southeast Missouri criticize Washington for being all talk and no action. You hear people all over America say that. Unfortunately, Washington Democrats have fit that bill perfectly during their time in the majority. You see, at this hearing, I'm getting deja vu, because we had the same exact hearing 3 months ago in the Budget Committee. I'm the ranking member of the House Budget Committee, and that hearing was called Ensuring Women Can Thrive in a Post-Pandemic Economy. Well, at that hearing, I pointed out how Washington Democrats, their policies left women worse off. For instance, 27% of the Americans who left the workforce during the pandemic consisted of mothers forced out by school closures. Out-of-control spending drove inflation by 7.9% as of February of 2022. That's when we had the hearing. The highest spike, which was in 40 years at that time, while earnings for women grew by 9.6% under President Trump's leadership, women's earnings has fallen by 2.6% since President Biden took the oath of office. So it's been 3 months since the hearing, and what has the majority done to address these problems? Nothing. Like I said earlier, talk with no action is the norm with Washington Democrats in charge. The economy has only gotten worse since the hearing in March. The national average for gas prices is now above $5 per gallon for the first time ever. Inflation continues to rise above historic levels and is now 8.6%. In fact, 12.2% since Joe Biden took the oath of office. Childcare costs rose by 3.7%. Women's wages continues to fall as cost for apparel and footwear increased by over 5%. To women, these problems are devastating. To President Biden's chief of staff, Ron Klein, these are high-class problems. Republicans introduced the Protecting Worker Paychecks and Family Choice Act, which would improve life for women and all American workers. The legislation would expand the employer-provided paid family and medical leave tax credit, target paid family leave policies to low-wage workers, and harness $50 billion of existing funds and new investments and targeted funding to improve child care. But instead of working with Republicans, Washington Democrats rejected our solutions completely. They want to steamroll women trying to find personalized paid leave solutions. They want to give handouts to wealthy corporations instead of helping low-wage workers. Worst of all, Washington Democrats want to raise costs on working families by $13,000 per year at a time of rampant inflation and cost. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Thank the gentleman. Let me recognize the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Pasquale, to inquire.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman.
David.
Let me just digest what I just heard. The COVID-19 pandemic pushed many parents, specifically women, to the brink. That is in theory. That's reality. Long-standing challenges like access to child care and paid leave had been exacerbated these past 2 years. Every year, working families in the U.S. lose $22.5 billion from a lack of access to paid family and medical leave. Our economy also loses from higher unemployment, higher health care costs, and decreased consumer spending. In the American Rescue Plan Act, we permanently increased mandatory child care funding by $600 million per year. For the first time since 2006, which Republicans refused to do when they had the majority. There's no problem here, obviously. And you're a needle in the haystack, all of you. It didn't really happen. You're just exceptions to the rule. You're an anomaly. You're waiting for the next handout. You can have all the facts that you want. And case after case and study after study, it's been proven that in the last 100 years, you've blown the economy, not us. And you keep on pointing fingers at us that we're the reasons for the government spending too much. I'll skip the last administration because that was a total disaster. I'll give you that. I want to share a story from Beth. This is in theory. This is happening. So Beth is a Jersey resident. She works in Pennsylvania. Some people do that and have to do that to get a job. Nothing wrong with it. She gave birth to her first child in 2016. Beth suffered from severe postpartum anxiety. Pretty common. She had to return to work with a 3-month-old child. I want to read Beth's own words here, Mr. Chairman. Quote, upon my return to work, I was getting less than 2 hours of consecutive sleep and the maximum 4 hours of sleep a night. I then had to commute an hour each way to work, feeling exhausted to my core. This isn't theory, this is actually happening in people's lives. This isn't a needle in a haystack that you have to find with a magnifying glass. And you could deny it all you want. And have all the solutions from this side been perfect? Absolutely not. But at least we put the solutions out, and we try to make it work, and we try to help people. That's what we're here for. By the way, that's what we're here for. Because Beth worked in Pennsylvania, she was only able to access 12 weeks of unpaid leave. And we're talking about lumber prices? You gotta be kidding me. She was forced back into the workforce at the expense of her family, not lumber prices. Beth's experience is painfully common, and you all know it better than I do. You who told the stories today. I was not able to mention fully, she said, for my employer, nor was I able to be the mother I wanted to be for my child. I would cry when I picked her up from daycare because I missed her so much. That's not theory. It's a national disgrace, she said, how poorly mothers are treated and how little support there is. A national disgrace. I call all of you women, all of you, courageous. Thank you.
Thank the gentleman. Let me recognize the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Schweikert, to inquire.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And first to both of you, all of you here, even our witnesses, we should have a moment of self-reflection here and extend an apology to you, partially for exploiting you. I mean, we've turned your stories into props, and there's a certain intellectual cruelty in doing that. As you often hear, instead of sort of building policy sets that are hopeful, that grow the economy, grow opportunity, make your lives less miserable, we bring people in, prop them up, then tell stories that often have no math behind them. And then we wonder why right now, in the last 15 months, Americans have become poorer. The poor are poorer today than they were 15 months ago. Working moms are poorer today than they were 15 months ago. And at some point, we keep telling each other we care. And okay, so we have different policy sets, but at some point the math is the math is the math, and the math wins. Look, I didn't bring my big boards here because I'm tired of being teased about them. But the fact of the matter is, some of this is now a couple months out of date. And, you hate to segment society in these ways, but it's true. I mean, if you're a working Hispanic mom, as of 2 months ago, your wages, you're functioning 5% poorer just because of what's been done in the last 15 months. Well, actually, in this case, 12 months, because the number is actually already substantially more brutal today. The fact of the matter is, something we did here, and you'll notice there's an aggressive attempt to avoid any responsibility of our policy sets, because we work in an environment here in Washington where we're judged on our virtue signaling and not our accomplishments. The fact of the matter is, for your life, trying to survive, trying to find opportunity, trying to prosper, with the difficulties, 2018, 2019, okay, fine. You didn't like the president. You didn't like, the fact, but more working moms were moved out of poverty and desperation than any time in modern economics.
African-American wages of females moved. The data is the data. It may not be your personal experience, but we don't make public policy by individual stories. We make it by looking at where was the good in society. And Mr. Chairman, you and I have touched on this multiple times. I understand a lot of this is directed to you by the powers that be. But if we really gave a damn about American people, we would be sitting around a table with a handful of left economists, right economists, people who actually do math, and a big whiteboard, and figuring out, saying, this policy set for maybe family care would create prosperity. These policy sets on tax policy would create prosperity. And instead, we've become nothing but sort of political talking points for the next video clip for the next election, and we're better than that. With that, I yield back.
I think that part of this conversation today has really been from our witnesses, and that's what we've tried to encourage, an open dialogue. I think the questions and the back and forth have been very respectful and extremely helpful, and be assured that there's been no effort by myself or I think any other member of this committee to coach the witnesses. They seem to me as though they're pretty independent spirited or of independent mind, and their courage in coming here to tell their stories is more than worthwhile. And with that, let me recognize the gentleman from Chicago, Mr. Davis, and we will now proceed to a 2-to-1 ratio in our questioning, which is committee practice. Mr. Davis.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I also thank all of our witnesses who've been with us today. I know that we've talked a great deal about early childhood education, and I was just thinking next door to my district office is a small daycare center. And I tell you, when I come in some early mornings and young parents dropping their children off or taking their children in, I always smile to myself because it's a great experience, and it's a great experience to have. I also am reminded that last week I visited 5 of those type centers in my district, and I saw the children interacting and learning. And I thought to myself, how great it would be if every child in America had this, but we know that they don't. Therefore, it's very important that we ultimately pass Build Back Better, because it would provide access to every 3- and 4-year-old in our country. But yesterday I met with a group of business people, men and women, and one of them had his 4-year-old daughter with him. Naturally, everybody talked about how sweet she was, how cute, and how great it was to see her. And he kind of smiled and said, it's wonderful that I can keep her and not have to pay these exorbitant prices that I would have to pay for her if she one of the centers with which I had access. And so the realities are we do make decisions based upon the experiences of the people we represent. I don't know any other way to make decisions except what the people need and what the people want and what government to provide. Therefore, Ms. Price, you've already indicated some of the experiences that you've had trying to make ends meet. And I really commend you and Ms. Phelps both for the compassion that your families have shown to family members. So Ms. Price, could you tell us, have you known, met, worked with, or had professional experiences of other people who've had these same problems and have expressed them to you?
Please forgive me, I did not hear the question.
Just whether you've had people other people who've expressed the same problems that you've had?
Yes, sir. As a nurse, I meet a lot of patients family members that have experienced the same exact problem that I have and that I have had, going off of having to have a unpaid leave, but they have to take care of their family members, and they just have to pretty much suffer the consequences. And I'm sorry, I'm not trying to buy any lumber. I'm not trying to buy any wood. I'm not trying to build a house. I'm trying to keep a roof over, keep the house that I have already. I'm not trying to figure out if I can afford a house right now. Right now, I just want the house that I have. And I think that it's important when people are faced with challenges such as taking care of a loved one who is sick or having mental challenges, that they have paid time off to do that so that they can take care of their family and not worry about how they're going to pay a bill. Having paid time off is not going to make anyone rich, but it's just going to take the pressures of being at home, having to care for a loved one. It's just going to reduce the stress levels. It's not going to make anybody rich. No one wants a handout. No one is looking for the government to take care of them. We just need help when we need the help.
Thank you. You've said it all. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank the gentleman, and with that, let me recognize the gentlelady from California, Ms. Sanchez, to inquire.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for holding this incredibly important hearing. I'm very proud of your focus on equity under your leadership. And I want to thank our witnesses, especially Ms. Schneider, Ms. Price, Ms. Beach, and Ms. Phelps, for sharing with us your real-world challenges and experiences. And if anything, your very compelling testimony has told me that my colleagues on the other side of the aisle are not listening. They are insulting and arrogant in wanting to talk about the price of lumber and small businesses and affordable housing. Those are worthwhile topics, but this hearing is about the burnout epidemic. And how dare my colleagues on the other side of the aisle talk about how government should not be investing in childcare when most of the witnesses on our panels are struggling to find affordable and quality childcare. And they are telling us there is a need. And their stories are important because as policymakers, we must listen to what the needs of our constituents are, and we must act. As a working mother myself, who also cares for a mother with Alzheimer's, I understand where you all are coming from. It is hard. And during the pandemic, I'm sure it wasn't gas prices or inflation that were causing the stressors and causing your burnout. Am I correct? If I'm incorrect, somebody please raise their hand. During the pandemic, it was not the price of gas or inflation that was causing you to burn out. It was scrambling to find childcare, to find care for elderly and aging parents, to find work and the balance of work and putting food on the table and being able to raise your children or look after your parents who are in ill health. That is what the focus of today's hearing should be. And if I am hearing you all correctly, you are begging us for help with childcare, for paid family medical leave, for elder care assistance. If I have gotten that wrong, please raise your hand. You know, in this country, which we call ourselves a developed country, only 19% of workers have access to paid family and medical leave. And it's our responsibility as policymakers to try to help with that so that the witnesses that we heard from today don't have to live with the uncertainty of what they will do if a child or a parent gets sick. You have all been so brave in sharing your stories. Ms. Price, I want to thank you for your service as a healthcare provider. Your testimony really struck home with me. And I want to ask you, if you had received paid leave from the hospital, child care for your son, or even supplemental income to provide elderly care for your mother, how much of a difference would it have made for your well-being?
It would have made a tremendous difference for my well-being. I would have been able to focus more and give my 100% to my son, who was having mental challenges because of the pandemic. I would have been able to take my mother to her appointments and not have to choose between who was going this week and who was going to have to go next week. It would have made a tremendous difference to me.
Thank you, Ms. Price. Ms. Snyder, a concern that I hear over and over again from my constituents is how hard it is just to find affordable childcare in a facility that they can get to and that they can trust with their children. Can you please share with this committee the thoughts and the choices that you have to go through just to find a childcare slot that fits your budget and your needs?
To find a childcare that is of quality is being able to understand if it has its NACE certification, if it's 1 star, 2 stars, 3 stars, or 4 stars. In my particular area, there's not very many facilities that are 2 or 3 stars. So knowing that you want good care, a clean place, a safe place, one that has trained professionals, is difficult. There's not many. My family is part of your constituency. And many of them, just like me, have to make the decision if they should quit their job because there's no childcare. My sister works, so does her husband. They have the help of my dad and my stepmother to help raise their kids. Summer is here. There's no childcare programs available. If she could have one through the Head Start program, it would be almost $1,000 a month for just one child. What does she do with her other child? So even being able to find programs that are available, her question is, do I give up my job for the summer because there's nowhere for my kids to go? Or do I just find someone, anyone, to watch my child? And that's what happens in so many of these communities, and so many parents, and so many people that are just in a race to try to find someone to watch our children. There's nothing wrong with at-home care. There's nothing wrong with faith-based organizations. There's nothing wrong with that. But what we need is a standard to know that every child, when they go to childcare, if they go to daycare, they go to preschool, they go to kindergarten, whatever the case may be, well, not kindergarten, but that they have a program that is qualified, that they have the access and the education and the steps to be able to have the great start that they need. I have to decide every time we look for a program or go to a school what we won't have. $800 a month was saved at the beginning of the pandemic because we didn't have childcare. So many of us that were single moms and lifted out of poverty is because we didn't have to pay for childcare. We didn't have to pay for vacations and activities and programs because we were home. So raising us up those few months because we didn't have a cost to then hit us again with that cost increasing, many daycares closing, makes it hard. It's a rat race in order to find the right place and the right care for your child.
Thank the gentlelady.
Thank you. I hope my colleagues are listening to these witnesses today. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank the gentlelady. Let me now recognize the gentlelady from Indiana, Ms. Wolarski, to inquire.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to the witnesses for joining us today. Republicans have long been willing to work with Democrats to find common ground on every issue, this issue, everything that we could agree on improving the lives of women and working families. We have been willing partners. I've been here and a part of those discussions for quite a while. As I've said before, paid leave and childcare are not Republican or Democratic issues. These are family issues. So we've got to be able to solve the problems together. One primary goal today should be to focus on conversations happening at kitchen tables in Indiana and around the rest of the country as Americans wonder how to afford skyrocketing costs at the pump, the grocery store, and nearly everywhere else. Because here's the truth. Women in my district are telling me that inflation is crushing them. So I think it's very valid to ask questions today about what about the cost of this, that, and everything else from women that even own businesses to be able to employ anybody else, including women. It does matter. At home in Indiana, Jill Huey helps run a 4,800 cow dairy farm operation and owns a restaurant in Marshall County. Jill's a creative and hardworking Hoosier who is a leading example of the innovation happening at dairy farms across Indiana. The biggest challenge for her family, farm and restaurant, are the out-of-control inflation costs. We're not making these up. I'm not making these up. Out-of-control inflation, labor shortage, climbing energy costs, supply chain disruptions directly impacting her business. I recently talked to another strong Hoosier woman, Carol McDowell, who leads a family-owned metal finishing company in Elkhart, Indiana. As she told me, their delivery costs have soared from 300 to 400% with the rising prices of diesel and gas. This CEO went on to tell me that increasing regulations have made it even more difficult to deal with skyrocketing inflation. As she said, it's frustrating that their company makes products the cleanest possible way, and all the while, the U.S. is crippling itself by overly burdensome regulations. Like so many Hoosiers and Americans across the country, these women will be forced to make even more difficult choices unless we're able to stabilize this economy. Women and families in my district need gas prices to come under control. They need gas prices to stop climbing. While inflation runs at a new 40-year high and economists predict a recession on the horizon, Democrats are accusing Republicans of blocking policies to help working women. Last year, committee Republicans offered to work with Democrats and provided a common sense alternative with flexible options for families in the Protecting Worker and Paychecks and Family Choice Act. Instead of working with Republicans, Democrats chose a partisan, go it alone, my way or the highway, making life harder for women. So I'm having a hard time listening to the other side talk about the fact that we have not been willing to work. We've not only been willing to work with you, we've brought alternatives, suggestions, all kinds of options, and here we are today. And I'll tell you this, back in COVID, I'll tell you why a lot of problems did not exist that you're trying to make exist, because it was January 20th of last year when gas prices started rising, when the inflation took off. It wasn't during COVID. It was under the Biden administration with his war on energy and war on the American people. So I urge my colleagues to consider their my way or the highway approach and work with us on bipartisan solutions. We are open for business. Ms. Huey, you previously ran a child care center. In their Build Back Better bill, Democrats proposed policies that would dramatically increase the cost of child care and restrict parent choice. The legislation not only would prohibit parents from choosing faith-based providers, but it would also significantly increase regulations, ultimately driving up the cost of care by imposing federal mandates, wage requirements on child care providers without capping what they could charge. The toddler tax is what we called it, driving up costs of unsubsidized child care for middle-class families by a whopping $13,000 a year. In your prior experience running a daycare facility, how would you address these types of government mandates having impacted your business model and your ability to provide affordable child care?
I certainly don't believe that it's a one-size-fits-all. I think that government mandates tend to drive up the cost for daycares. I remember, and I realize that, that caring for elderly parents and for children is a big struggle, especially those with special needs. I've helped care for my father before he passed away with Alzheimer's. In the daycare center, I cared for a child with Down syndrome. It's a very special child, but needed a lot of care. And I can imagine the stress at home of taking care of him. I also had a mother that came to me one day. She had a new child. She had 2 others in the daycare. The child was 4 months old, and she begged me to keep that child at 4 weeks old. The rule was 6 weeks. She wanted me to start caring for him at 4 weeks because she had to go back to work. She was a single mom business owner, and she had to go back to work. I cannot imagine what the government mandates would do to the cost of housing, and to not include the faith-based programs in that funding or in those programs, I think would not be helpful to the working moms.
Thanks, Ms. Huey. I appreciate it. I'm out of time. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank the gentlelady. Let me recognize the gentleman from Buffalo, New York, Mr. Higgins, to inquire.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for holding this important hearing. As we all know, the country celebrated our frontline workers, especially in healthcare, during the pandemic, but we have not done enough to evaluate frontline work and how those workers have been affected in terms of mental health. And in healthcare, this is a workforce that is overwhelmingly staffed by women, a significant portion of whom are women of color. It is imperative that we invest in the care economy, or the economy of those who care for others, particularly those who are most vulnerable. That's kids and our elderly. Their physical, mental, and financial health matters too, and we should take actions to offer them additional support. For example, I have a bill that would offer nurses and other frontline health workers a $5,000 annual refundable tax credit, in addition to paid leave and the affordable child care. If we can do more to ensure that the frontline workers are paid the living wages they deserve, we can help reduce at least one potential source of stress and burnout for many families. Ms. Price, can you speak more to how your work as a nurse during the pandemic impacted your physical and mental health? How has having to change jobs to work for a nurse staffing agency affected your financial well-being and the well-being of you and your family? And what trade-offs have you had to make?
Thank you for the question. The trade-offs that I have to make is that I don't have health insurance, so I don't have any benefits. Being an agency worker, it offers me the flexibility, but I don't get paid the same. The pay is not the same. And again, I have to pay out of my pocket for any co-pays for my mother, any co-pays for my son, whom are both on Medicaid for the disabled. So that's the trade-off for me. Yes, I get the flexibility, but I don't have any insurance. I don't have any benefits.
Thank you. On the issue of gun violence, over a month ago, my community in Buffalo, New York, was targeted by a white supremacist who, in only 2 minutes and 3 seconds, killed 10 people and wounded 3 others at the Top supermarket. And just days later, 19 children were killed in a mass shooting in Uvalde, Texas. Last week, my constituent, Zanetta Everhart, testified before the House Oversight Committee about her son, Zaire, who survived the shooting but was shot in the neck. She described having to take time off from work to care for Zaire as he recovers from his injuries. The United States is the only industrialized nation that does not guarantee paid leave. Millions of Americans lack access to health care, especially mental health care. It is unacceptable that not only are we a nation that subjects our people to the constant threat of gun violence, but that we also do not ensure that people receive the support they need to recover from gun violence. And when we entrust others to care for our children, the care should be affordable, accessible, and safe. Our people deserve more. So Ms. Snyder, Ms. Phelps, and Ms. Price, could you talk about what it means to you as parents to know that children's schools and child care facilities are safe?
Seeing the news of Uvalde, I think, shook all of us to our core. And you hear the stories, and weeks later, we still don't feel like it's really real. One mother said, I believe in a hearing, that people will say to her, I can't imagine what you're going through. And her response, as you've seen today, made me cry. She said, if we don't do something soon to secure the safety of our children, you will know what it feels like. And that really hit me because there's so many ways that we as parents are trying to protect our child, to make sure that they have good, healthy food, that they have good schools, that they're getting the experiences and the opportunities to do things that make them a better person, a better citizen. But there's gaps of where we can't help them, where we can't keep them safe. So having safe and affordable schools that we know when we drop our little ones off and they wave, we know that we're going to be able to come back to them and they can tell us the stories about all the pictures that they drew, all the fun that they had, and the imaginary places that they went with their friends that day. Thank you.
For me, the school shooting broke my heart. Right now, I don't have any kids that are in school, but I do have small grandkids. And even as I sit here, I'm sitting here thinking, what can I do to get closer to them so that they don't have to go to school? Because unless the laws change, unless you put something in place, my grandchildren are going to be sitting targets. So the laws must change. It must be raised to 21. You must figure out how you can do background checks so you can check for red flags to see who's getting ready to do what. So I think that until the laws change, the sense of security is completely gone, and it would never be restored until somebody make some positive changes in the gun laws. These are not it.
I agree with Ms. Snyder. I agree with Ms. Snyder and Ms. Price. I've been working, a happily working American since before I was 18 years old, and I've happily paid into our system, and it is not worth it for me in most situations to find a job, if I could anyway, to send my daughter out to school with COVID still rampant, even though people act like it's not, with the shootings the way they are, with everything, it's so dangerous. I want to work. It's probably not worth it for me, for my well-being, for her well-being. And that's a terrible place to be. Like I said, I've been working since before I was 18. I'm happy to work, but it's not worth the trade-off.
Thank you. Ms. Huey, would you like to comment on that? Thank you. Let me recognize the gentlelady from Alabama, Ms. Sewell, to inquire.
Mr. Chairman, I want to first start by saying thank you for holding a hearing that is specifically targeted on the effects, the economic effects of the pandemic on women. I hope it is not lost on our witnesses that you had to wait an hour and a half before a woman member of Congress got to ask you a question. The reality is that your testimony, all of your testimony, so critically important because it becomes a part of the record of the Ways and Means Committee about how we as women can benefit from better policies. When women succeed, everyone succeeds. We are the rock of our communities. And so I want to thank you for holding this hearing, and I want to thank each and every one of our witnesses for having the audacity to tell your story to the American people for prosperity. Thank you. I am particularly moved by Ms. Beach's compelling story. I, too, like Ms. Beach, lost a parent during COVID. I am moved by the fact that you were in the nonprofit sector, so you didn't have paid family leave or FMLA at all, as I understand it, Ms. Beach. And I also love the analogy that you made of women having to juggle or spin plates and not drop a plate. And when I think about my situation, I lost my mom, as like you, to pancreatic cancer during COVID. The difference is that I had help keeping my plates up. I missed work all 8 weeks, from diagnosis to death, 8 weeks. But I had a whole support system helping me keep those plates up. You did not, and you worked through it. So my first question to you, Ms. Beach, is how are you today? How are you physically? How are you mentally? And my second question is, what could we in government have done to make your plight better during this very traumatic experience? By the way, all of us in this room will face family crisis. This is not about whether or not, you will face a family crisis. You will. But we are disproportionately, we all don't have the same resources to bounce back. We all don't have the same abilities to actually weather the storm. And so this is not about a hand out. It's about a hand up. It's about an acknowledgement that this country, the best, the richest, most powerful country in the world, can do something to help every family, by providing paid family leave, because all of us will have a crisis. Ms. Beach, will you talk to us a little bit about how you're feeling now, how you weathered that storm, and what your advice is to Congress that would have made your plight as a caregiver dealing with the loss of not just one parent, but two parents?
Oh, how am I today? The best analogy that I can have in regards to that is when you're driving a truck pulling a trailer and you come to a stoplight and you stop the truck and you think, whew, made that, and then the trailer comes up and smacks you because the trailer didn't stop. That's kind of what I feel like right now. My mom was 90 days from diagnosis to death, and then my dad was just failure to thrive, and so it was a 1-2 punch that I was not expecting. I was very good at compartmentalizing and just putting things in a box and putting them on a shelf with the idea that I would just deal with it later. And so how I got through it was I kept my head down and I just was in the trenches and I was just in survival mode.
So what would you suggest to Congress? You have all of us sitting here. What would have made it better? Would it have been better to be able to literally be with your mom and dad 24/7 during the whole crisis versus working, telecommuting, all the things that you were doing in addition to being a good daughter? What would advice, and I apologize, Mr. Chairman, but I hope you would allow her to express what
let the witness finish, please. Yes.
So what I would ask is, I didn't have a chance to be a daughter in that time frame. I was an employee, I was an employer, and I was a caregiver, but I didn't have a chance to sit next to my mom to have her tell me stories about, certain placemats or, that kind of a thing. So I feel like because of my situation with not having access to be able to take a sabbatical, to be able to have it paid, because the thing about the PTO is even though I was using my vacation time, that could potentially have ran out fairly quickly and then I would be destitute. And so it would have been nice to be able to step away, take my boss hat off, and just be a daughter. And I didn't have that opportunity.
Thank the gentlelady. Let me recognize the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. LaHood, to inquire.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I want to thank all of the witnesses today for your heartbreaking stories and sharing your own experiences with your families and what you've gone through in a very difficult time in our country because of a lot of the issues that have been outlined today, inflation and a number of the child care issues that you guys all have described very well. But I would just make one observation. These are issues that we need to solve in many ways in a collaborative way, in a bipartisan way by this Congress. And when I look back over the last year to a year and a half that we've had an opportunity to work together, we haven't done that. And my Democrat colleagues introduced the Build Back Better bill, and that was their right to do it. But it really was a going at it alone approach. It wasn't working with Republicans on the issues that all of you described today. There was a pathway to work together with Republicans that we offered early on. And I would just
talk about the specific alternative that we introduced, Protecting Worker Paychecks and Family Choice Act, as a start on working with our colleagues on how we fix these systemic problems that are there. But as we all know, the Build Back Better was a very partisan attempt. No Republicans supported it. There was no engagement to work with us on our suggestions on how to fix many of these problems. And, from my perspective, luckily there were some other like-minded Democrats in the Senate that caused this not to pass. But we're here today with a plan that we've laid out as a starting point to work with our Democrat colleagues to address these specific issues. And I remain committed to doing that, and I know most of my colleagues do. Our package specifically is based on the premise that strong economic growth is the foundation for ensuring flexible options for families through better jobs, lower unemployment, and higher wages. Not the one-size-fits-all mandates that put Washington in control and resulted in lower paychecks for workers. And so, again, that's the starting point. We ought to be working together to fix these problems, particularly as it relates to the issues that you've talked today. And we stand ready to do that. Ms. Huey, I'm sure that your colleagues have a commitment to support your employees, especially when workers are hard to come by due to worker shortage. In your role as the vice chair of the National Association of Home Builders, how can we do a better job making sure we remove barriers to work like childcare, but also ensure that individuals are able to access training and get the right skill set for a job or their next job?
Supporting vocational trade programs. There's a lot of them all over the country, not just in high schools, and getting those back in high schools where they've been taken out and looking at those as an approach, as the same approach that we do to a four-year college program is wonderful. I think that would be wonderful. I think that we've got to also change the mindset of parents that it's so okay for their children to go into a vocation and start working in the trades rather than going to a four-year college and having all the debt that they have when they come out. So to support those programs would be wonderful.
Thank you. And where those programs have been implemented properly, have you seen fruitful results from that?
We have. There are quite a few programs in our Home Builders Institute, which is a part of the National Association of Home Builders, has had great success with those programs.
Thank you. Those are all my questions. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Thank the gentleman. Let me recognize the gentlelady from California, Ms. Chu, to inquire.
Well, first, I want to thank all of the panelists today for your courage in telling your stories to the world. I listened carefully to you, and your stories were so powerful. Ms. Phelps, as we talk about policies that advance women's economic empowerment and economic security, I want to emphasize the importance of a woman having the freedom to make choices over her own body with abortion and access to contraception. The decision of whether and when to have a child is one of the most important economic decisions a person can make. The looming Supreme Court decision is currently poised to roll back the rights of half the citizens in this country by overturning Roe versus Wade. And yet, numerous studies have shown that planning, delaying, and spacing births can help women advance their education and achieve their life goals. So, Ms. Phelps, can you discuss how access to contraception and family planning is important for your economic security now and as you plan for your family's future?
Yes, thank you for the question. I wanted to start a family sooner, but for health reasons, I could not. And right now, with one child, I would like to have another child, but financially, I know it's not a good idea. So if I did not have the resources of contraception, abortion, all kinds of family planning, I don't know what I would do. I would be devastated because I don't want to make my current situation worse. It's not fair to me or anyone in my family. And I can't imagine how much worse things would be right now if I became pregnant and had to care for another child. It's frightening.
Thank you. Now let me ask about paid family leave. I'm in California, and we were the first state in the nation to implement a paid family leave program, and studies now show a direct link to paid family leave and an increase in new mothers' likelihood of working a year after giving birth. Similarly, the National Women's Law Center found that providing childcare to all Americans who need it would increase lifetime earnings of at least 1.2 million women by $130 billion. So, Ms. Phelps, it's encouraging to hear that Connecticut will soon have a paid leave program similar to California's. Can you tell us how having access to paid leave and affordable childcare might have helped not only your return to work, but also your family's finances during this difficult time? And Ms. Beach, I'd like to follow up on what Ms. Sewell asked. Should paid family leave programs include caring for sick loved ones? What difference would that have made for you? So Ms. Phelps first.
Yes, I've lived in Arizona and Indiana, and I thank God that I live in Connecticut. We were very eager to pass paid family medical leave, and I'm so glad that I was able to volunteer to help with that campaign. And we have a lot of small business owners here, and they all were on board, including my boss. He wanted to be able to provide that for his employees, but he wasn't able to until we implemented the program that we have. So they worked with, our legislators worked with small business owners to be able to provide that, not in time for me, but hopefully for so many other families and mine in the future. And that's exactly what we need. Starting from the point of job security is not as important as starting from the point of paid leave. Both are important, but you have to start with the home first. And even if you have these great incentives to go to work, if your home isn't secure, you can't think about work.
And Ms. Beach.
Can you repeat your question one more time, please?
Ms. Beach, should paid family leave include caring for sick loved ones?
Yes. Reason being is, like, for me personally, I don't have children. But my parents were the reason that I chose to move to Alaska, to be closer to them, to be able to care for them. My mother cared for my grandparents cared for their parents. In our society where we're so scattered from our nucleus family, we forget how important it is to be able to help our parents age gracefully. And then, in like the case with me, to be able to help my parents pass gracefully. Having a paid medical leave would have been a huge relief to me, because then I wouldn't have been worrying about work. I wouldn't have had to worry about my finances. I wouldn't have had to worry about my vacation time running out. I mean, there was now 2 years later thinking about how many things I was worried about in the moment that I just kind of pushed off because I had to deal with the fact that my mother was dying. I had to deal with the fact that my dad was dying. To be able to take that pressure off would have meant the world.
Thank you. Thank the gentlelady. Let me recognize the gentlelady from Wisconsin, Ms. Moore, to inquire.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman and Ranking Member. And I do want to say, every time I start feeling sorry for myself, I meet a Tori Snyder or a Nia Phelps or Donna Price or Jonna Beach or and even an Alicia Huey. And there's a certain theme, I think, that has gone through this entire hearing, Mr. Chairman, and I think that each and every one of these witnesses has talked about the need for government intervention in order to make women less stressed out and to be able to deal with their financial situation. Even our Republican witness today, in her written testimony, has talked about the alarming increase in housing costs, the unaffordable housing crisis, and has urged us to create more resources for the low-income housing tax credit. I wanted to ask Ms. Snyder whether or not she received the child tax credit and what she spent it on. I don't want to spend a lot of time, but did you receive the CTC, and what did you spend it on?
Yes, ma'am, we did receive the CTC, and the child tax, the benefit went to being able to provide my son with experiences, as he only had childcare 4 days a week, and some of them were shorter days. We were able to go out and explore and be able to see new places and museums and have opportunities for him to kind of experience the world at large. It also was able to create a little bit of a bubble for a savings for us.
Okay, well, thank you so much. Ms. Price, you had 8 weeks of no income. What did you do?
Well, thankfully, I raised my older two kids to be independent. So when it came time for me to depend on them, they were there for me. My son is a police officer. My daughter's a social worker. They're in Alabama, so they helped me every time I asked.
Okay, thank you. That's nice. Mrs. Phelps, you say that you and your husband both had to quit your jobs in order to take care of your mom, who had diabetes, cancer, and you said that you dug into your retirement savings in order to do that. Are you concerned by having done that? In addition to which, you know, as we all know, taking care of family members, you don't accrue the retirement benefits through Social Security. Are you and your husband concerned at the back end about reducing your retirement income for Social Security because of choices that you've made regarding taking care of your parents?
Yes, we are. It's unfortunately not the main thing we worry about because you have to worry about the day to day. And it would be great if there was government assistance because, again, we've been paying into the system. And at the very least, we think we should be taking care of the way that everyone who's elected to Congress is. Uh, we are hoping to be able to access some of the programs that we have, especially in Connecticut, but that also takes time and energy. And so it's not something that we're always able to do. And it's always slow going.
Okay, so listen, I don't have much time, but I just want to take note of some of the things that my colleagues on the other side have said. Their strong innuendo is that somehow um, the government spending through to the American Rescue Plan, things we did to help keep people from going under during the pandemic is the cause of this high inflation. And I just, Mr. Chairman, for the record, without objection, would like to put the testimony from our last hearing into the record. There was a question in response to Ms. Sanchez to Secretary Yellen, where Representative Sanchez said, can you expand on how the small cost of supports of the child tax credit compared with the size of the overall economy? And she talked about how the global pandemic was the cause of it. She talked about gas prices, not only in the United States, but places like France, where gas is $7.84 a gallon, or Germany, where it's $7.60 a gallon. Talked about the war in Ukraine, the bread basket of the world. Since this war has created pressures on food, how the supply chain problems. And so we have heard a lot of sort of a conflation about how our economy has been harmed, and inflation is the cause of the policies. They're blaming it, quite frankly, on you all who got those $1,400 checks. And I just want to set the record straight.
So
and I
ordered.
also just want to say in closing, thank you, Mr. Chairman, that the cost of women not participating in the economy is $650 billion a year. And that's a lot more than the pittance that we put in to enhance child care or child tax credit or what paid family leave is. The loss of this she session is greater than our investment.
Thank the
And so with
gentlelady.
that, Chairman, I would yield back.
Thank the gentlelady. Let me recognize Dr. Winstrup to inquire.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank you all for your testimony today. And I would say that the issues that you face every day are in every district in America. They're not just in Republican districts or Democrat districts. And, you know, Republicans are willing and have tried to work with Democrats to find common ground on issues that everyone can agree on when it comes to improving the lives of working families especially. And I know that that's in the hearts and minds of every single person on this committee, Republican or Democrat. Now, Chairman Neal had asked us to put forward ideas on paid leave and child care, and we did. And our work resulted in the Protecting Worker Paychecks and Family Choice Act, which provide greater flexibility to parents while focusing the greatest benefits on low-wage workers. Our proposal promotes paid leave by targeting policies to low-wage workers in particular, who are least likely to receive paid leave through their employers. And it was a poll of 1,000 voters by Winston Group, and that's not a lot, but nonetheless, in that poll, 49% preferred the GOP plan versus 25% for the Democrat plan. So certainly there's room for talk and negotiation on this. But having rejected opportunities to work on a bipartisan basis with Republicans, you know, we're seeing that what I would say right now, Democrats want to put in Washington in control of your child care decisions and limiting choices for America. And I think a bipartisan approach will do a whole lot more for American families. See, I love that we have a country with safety nets. It's a beautiful thing. And I don't want any of them to go away. And I think, to me, success with safety nets means that there's help for those in need always. But as a nation, we should be striving to have fewer Americans need the safety nets. I think we'll accomplish a lot more. Mr. Larson gave his yo-yo theory of you're on your own. That's not true. That's not how anyone feels up here. I have a yo-yo theory too. I want to create your opportunities and your options. And you know, we have a government-restricted market. When you look at childcare, they're saying no faith-based. Well, with less options, that makes it more difficult. You know, if you just look what happened with baby formula, we had a government-restricted option on baby formula. There was only one that was to receive government benefits. And look what happened when they have a problem. We had a baby formula. See, you know, to me, faith-based groups would grow if the market wasn't restricted, but there's a tremendous hypocrisy going on right here, right now, on that particular issue. Because this very government funds Catholic charities at the border for processing and helping those that come across our border. It should be offensive to every American that this body is saying that an American citizen can't get a faith-based benefit, but illegal immigrants can. That's the hypocrisy taking place here. You know, so I have concerns with Washington control of working families. We want to consider how to help working women. We shouldn't take a top-down, one-size-fits-all approach. We need to provide greater flexibility and choice to parents, focus the greatest benefits on low-wage workers. I'm leading H.R. 4354, Child Care Flexibility for Working Families Act, part of our alternative, the Republican alternative. The legislation would modify the tax credit for employer-provided child care, because, see, currently the credit can only go towards on-site child care facilities. That's a heavy lift for a small business. This bill would allow businesses, especially small businesses, to use the credit for off-site child care providers, bringing families more options that best fit their child care needs. And it would allow faith-based. So we know that small businesses, they want to provide these benefits to their employees, but they don't always have the resources to be able to do that. So the one-size-fits-all is different and unfortunate, but this approach would put families in the driver's seat, maintaining choice and flexibility. So, Ms. Huey, as a small business owner who subcontracts with many other small businesses, I'm curious to hear your perspective on how a tax credit to provide child care to your employees may help working families.
I think that those tax credits would certainly make it more generous for small businesses and help reduce the cost of small business. Incentive-based programs would also be very beneficial to small businesses.
Thank the gentleman. With that, let me recognize the gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Kildee, to inquire.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for holding this very important hearing, and to the witnesses, thank you all for your participation. We really appreciate your contributions to this discussion. In my home state of Michigan, men and women experienced sharp drops in employment during the pandemic. Everybody did. However, as unemployment levels came down, employment levels rebounded, the initial employment loss for women continued for a longer period of time. According to the U.S. Census Bureau, women have reported significantly higher difficulties paying their bills, meeting their obligations compared to men. As a result, Congress has an opportunity to give women the support they need to transition back into the workforce, and obviously that is the focus of a lot of our discussion today, and it's why I have worked with my colleagues on this committee and in the Congress to help make the child tax credit permanent, which has provided a tax cut for middle-class families with children, making a real difference in those families. In fact, in the American Rescue Plan, we helped pass to save the economy and protect people from COVID. 1 million Michigan families with children received this monthly tax cut. 1 million families in my home state. In my district alone, it put millions of dollars into the pockets of hardworking families and helped families pay the basics: rent, groceries, childcare, other everyday expenses. For moms like Melissa from mid-Michigan, a working mom of 3, this tax cut made a huge difference. During the pandemic, her partner was laid off from his job. She was struggling to support her family. This tax cut, this tax benefit allowed her to make her house payments, her car payments, insurance payments, afford the basics like baby food and like diapers. And for Anissa, another single mom from mid-Michigan who works as a home health care worker, as a direct care worker in home health care, without that tax cut, it would have been tough for her to make ends meet. And these are just 2 stories that we've come across in the work we do back home. But there are millions of these stories, some of which we've heard today. So if I could start with Ms. Phelps, just to talk a little bit more about the child tax credit, what it meant to you in your family, how it helped you to lower costs. If you could address that, I would appreciate it.
Yes, thank you for the question. It truly was a lifeline. I'm confused when I heard some of the other members of the committee say that in the last year and a half, it was not helpful, but everyone I know who has a child, regardless of their political party, agreed that the tax credits were helpful, and when they ended, it became a struggle again. And thankfully in Connecticut, I've been able, just last week, able to access further child credit tax. And if we could make that permanent federally, that would just be one less worry that I'm dealing with in regards to taking care of my daughter. I don't know how we can survive without every family having this.
Thank you so much. And I wonder, Ms. Snyder, as a self-employed single mom, could you talk a bit about being able to afford child care, and specifically, if you could address how you located child care services. Was that something you came to find on your own? Was it accessible to you once it became affordable?
So trying to find childcare is an internet search of its own, right? Some things can look really sexy online, and then you go and you read the reviews, or you go to some of the childcare organizations that review and report incidents or how people are, and it's like a whole part-time job. You have to decide if you want something that's close to home, so you're not having to travel too far. Do you want something that is affordable, something that's available, something that has extended hours? Do they charge for extended hours? Which, if you're not sure, most daycares, if you pick up your child after 5:30, sometimes you can be charged $12 for every minute that you're late past that time.
I remember that.
So if you hit traffic, unbeknownst to yourself, guess what? You have a really big bill. Yeah. So trying to find proper care was difficult. There wasn't a guide. There wasn't someone that said, hey, here's a listing of some really great ones. It was a hunt and a peck, and going in and seeing and asking other parents, asking other moms, who do you trust for your child? Who provides the best care? And then being able to do your research yourself.
And you made that decision based on your own research?
Absolutely.
There was nobody from Washington who told you which child care center you had to take your child to?
Absolutely not. It was the one that fit our needs, our capability, and the ones that I thought could help my son the most.
Thank you all.
Thank the
so
gentleman.
much.
Let me recognize the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Byard, to inquire.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. And I want to thank the Ways and Means Committee, Mr. Chairman, for having this important committee. When women succeed, we all succeed. Right now, much more needs to be done to provide the right infrastructure, ensure that women are set up for success rather than burnout. The Joint Economic Committee, which I chair, has done a number of reports on the importance of this infrastructure, some of which I'd like to submit for the record today if the chairman will accommodate.
So ordered.
my request.
Further, I want to take this moment to say that I'd love to see the House of Representatives put the Family Act on the floor for a vote. We cannot afford to wait for paid leave anymore. The U.S. is the only industrialized nation that doesn't provide paid leave for new mothers. Some of my Republican friends this morning have said that there are employers who provide this leave. In my own family business, we have for a number of years, and that we wouldn't like it when there's a national program. I just want to say just the opposite. We would love to have a national program that would take some of the economic burden off of us. 3 million women have left the labor force since the beginning of 2020. But women's participation in the labor force is higher in states that have implemented paid family leave and medical leave. We can't afford to wait. So one of the most consistent complaints I hear from constituents in the DC metro area is the lack of affordable child care. It's equivalent to the one household salary for many families, really forcing them to weather what makes more beneficial for one partner to stay at home, and a conversation that you can't even have if you're a single mother. The Department of Health and Human Services has determined that child care is unaffordable if it exceeds 7% of family income. For the majority of Americans, it spends more than 20%. And in states like mine, it might even be higher. The National Women's Law Center found that providing high-quality, affordable child care to all Americans who need child care would increase the collective lifetime earnings of at least 1.2 million women by $130 billion. That's why I'm co-sponsor Bobby Scott's Child Care for Working Families Act, which tackles this head-on. Ms. Price, thank you for sharing your personal story today. How important would crucial child care be, not just burnout for your family, but for your economic success?
Thank you, but I didn't understand your question.
How different would your family's and your personal financial stability be, your net worth, your ability to meet the rare bills if you had affordable child care?
Unfortunately, right now, my son is 18 and he has autism. So at the time during the pandemic, I had to have specialized care. I had to, unfortunately, I really didn't have anything because of his autism. So I couldn't just stick him in a daycare or any type of child care facility. It had to be special.
Yeah, which makes it really, really difficult. But thank you.
difficult.
Mr. Chairman, I'd ask that the Joint Economic Committee report highlighting how child care investment is crucial for future economic growth be added to the record, along with the Joint Economic Committee report on how paid family medical leave improves economic security.
So ordered.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Beach, thank you for your heartfelt testimony. I'm sorry for the loss of your parents. You stated it didn't occur to you to take time off around your parents' death, and your employer didn't really suggest it either. We've been in a bipartisan effort to expand bereavement leave so no one has to experience a situation like you did where you're spinning the plates. If there was a law mandating employer-provided bereavement leave, how would that have changed your last days with your parents and the days thereafter?
It would allow me to be present with them because I was 1 foot in and 1 foot out in the sense of I was always worried about what was going on at work. I had a staff of 5. I had a board of directors of 10, plus all the community involvement that our nonprofit had. So I never was able to fully disengage from work. And if I had the opportunity for that to have happened where I could be fully present with my parents, especially in their final days, that would have been a huge relief to my peace of mind, and I wouldn't have the sense of regret that I have about how I should have done more. That's a heavy burden that still weighs on me 2 years later.
How would it have affected your ability to grieve and to work through that?
I didn't really start fully grieving till probably about 6 months after my parents passed. I ended up with a job change 2 months after my dad passed. I stepped away from the nonprofit I was working for and really kind of was just in a haze for about 6 months or so. And so I didn't really start grieving till later.
Thank you very much. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. Let me recognize the gentleman from Georgia, Dr. Ferguson, to inquire.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thanks to all the witnesses for being here today and sharing your stories with us. The one thing that's been heartbreaking to hear throughout these testimonies is just how much worse it is for women in the workforce under this administration. The crushing cost of inflation, whether it's food, whether it's fuel, whether it's childcare expenses, whatever it is, the policies that are driving inflation right now are really, truly impacting all people in the workforce. Whether you're a single mom or single dad or a family starting out, it's having an incredibly bad impact. You know, the fact that you go to the grocery store now and you're paying about twice as much as you were just a few years ago for groceries. The fact, if particularly in a rural community, when you've got to go put gas in your car at $5 a gallon because of the policies that have been put in place here, it is devastating. And I know that in women-owned businesses, both in my own family and in my friends and folks that I know, it is the supply chain cost, everything is making it harder to survive as a small business owner. So we know that inflation, we know that fuel costs are really driving a lot of folks to the brink of being out of business. And I know, and when I hear our colleagues on the other side of the aisle say that we're blocking efforts, we've all been working towards introducing bills. I've got two. A family savings account that would create a tax advantage that families could use pre-tax dollars to help with some basic expenses. As a small employer, being able to band together and pool together with other small employers to be able to offer family leave products that we currently can't. It's something I dealt with in running my own small business. So we've got solutions out there. We need our colleagues on the other side of the aisle to come to the table to talk about different options. How many of you would say in this room, if Congress put an additional $53 billion towards child care, do you think that would have an impact, a positive impact on child care? We would think so. But let me ask you this. Do you know that Congress has appropriated and spent almost $53 billion additional dollars in child care over the last couple of years? And has that really driven down your child care cost? $53 billion. And now we're talking about going down this road even further, where we are talking about a massive government program that is going to require a significant increase in taxes to pay for. And all that's going to do is fuel the inflation because those costs are going to get passed along to the consumer. And it's going to continue this horrible cycle that we're in. So we're spending, inflation is out of control, fuel costs are out of control, small businesses are being hurt, no matter who they're owned by. And the reality is we can't get people, in many parts of the country, you still have way too many workers sitting on the sidelines for a variety of reasons. And we're talking about spending more money and raising taxes while interest rates are going up. It's the perfect storm for an economic collapse. It is time that we do something different. It's time that we look for different options. Let's modify the programs that we've got now. Let's create opportunities for small businesses to compete in this environment. Let's do things that make American business the most competitive in the world. Let's be energy independent. Let's drive down the cost of living. And then we can come together and we can think about things that really help many of the situations that we've heard today. But I think a one-size-fits-all government program with no flexibility that's going to require a huge increase in taxes to pay for is not the right solution. Continuing to fuel inflation, continuing to spend more money, continuing to create the same problems is not the right way. Why are we not talking about driving inflation costs down? The cost of going to the grocery store and filling up your car every single week has gone through the roof, and it is killing American families right now. And so we've got to get those basics right. So Ms. Huey, a quick question to you. Would small business owners in the construction space like the ability to pool together so that they can provide paid family medical leave and things like a a tax-free savings account for families to use on basic needs.
Yes, sir, I think so. I think any incentive-based program like that would be very helpful for our industry. And I also believe to the point of what you talked about, inflation, every one of us sitting up here would benefit, and all of America would, to lower gas prices and doing something about the inflation prices right now.
Thank you, Ms. Huey.
Thank the
Mr.
gentleman.
Chairman, I yield back.
I thank the gentleman. Let me recognize the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Evans, to inquire.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for providing the opportunity to hear directly from working women about how they would benefit from a comprehensive, inclusive federal paid leave policy that we advanced through this committee and out of this chamber last year. I would first like to start off with Ms. Snyder. Ms. Snyder, you shared how, without access to leave, how you fear getting sick or taking time off to care for your son, your mother, or grandma, because that would mean losing income. The question I'd like to ask you is how specifically does the family leave policy, how would that help?
My grandmother's currently in a personal care facility, and her body is failing and her mind is slipping. She doesn't recognize me, and I grew up in her home for 13 years. If something were to happen to her and she had to come home for hospice or couldn't stay at her facility because we could no longer afford it, how would I manage the care for my grandmother, the care for my son, and running my business? I couldn't. I would have to decide whose livelihood was more important, right? I have to pick my son or my grandmother, my business for our continued livelihood, not even factoring in myself if I have the capacity and the capability to do so. If there was paid leave and paid leave for all, as someone who is a caregiver, whether it's to a child or to a partner, to a parent or a grandparent, I'd have the capability to have one less burden on my plate. I would have the ability to know that I could be there in my grandmother's last days, that I could still get my son to school or to daycare, that I'd still be able to run my business, that I would still be able to have the opportunity to know that we were financially secure, that we would have the ability to be able to keep the roof over our head and the food on our table. I've had to make the decision of whose care comes first, and it's always been my son. To know that we would have something that would maybe give us the opportunity to have some help or just have support in those moments if we have to, would take a tremendous amount of stress and pain off of our shoulders.
Ms. Price, you told us about how stressful it has been to juggle work responsibility against your son's needs and your mother needs. Can you speak more about being caught between work responsibility and family responsibility and the difficult choice you had to make by this shift? Can you talk about that?
Yes, sir. One of the my biggest challenges is, again, having to take off work for several weeks with no pay. That would have helped me tremendously if I could have had the peace of mind to know that for at least the weeks that I was off taking care of my son and my mother, that I had monies to provide for my mother and provide for my son, and to ensure that not only did my mother eat dinner and my son ate dinner, that I was able to join in as well. But unfortunately, there's still no paid leave for me and millions of moms across the world. So right now, the challenge is still there. The difficulties are still there. I work at an agency. I would love to work in a hospital. I would love to work full-time. I enjoy being a nurse and I enjoy caring for others. But there comes a time when my son and my mother must be first. And the trade-off is pretty much just what it is until somebody in Congress, the people that we elected to have our backs, make some changes for us and enact the paid time off and have adequate child care for my friend here. And that's what we need. We need Congress to act.
I want to thank you, Ms. Price and Ms. Snyder. I thank y'all both sincerely. And I thank the chairman for convening this very important meeting at meeting the moment. That's what I think you have done, Chairman. You have met the moment and the leadership within the Ways and Means Committee. So I thank you and I yield back to you.
Thank the gentleman. Let me recognize the gentleman from Kansas, Mr. Estes, to inquire.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to our witnesses for being here today. You know, as all the witnesses have highlighted today, there's a large number of problems that working women are facing today. You know, after a year of total Democrat control, the economy is not working for anyone. Higher prices for nearly everyone is hurting working women and families, and it's getting worse every day. It's been more than a year since President Biden spent his first week in office canceling the Keystone Pipeline and new oil and gas drilling with executive orders. And predictably, gas prices have gone up from $2.39 per gallon to a record $5 a gallon on average. It doesn't take an expert to know that everything you buy in a store needed energy to be made and delivered to the shelf. Congress and the president cannot continue to attack American oil production and expect the economy will get better for working families. Well, I'm glad to hear my colleagues across the aisle begin to confront the enormous economic crisis that we're facing today. Affordable child care and family leave policies are only a part of the problem that we're facing, that working women are currently facing. Families also need a growing economy, better jobs, lower inflation, and affordable gas prices. A one-size-fits-all child care and family leave program won't solve the problems of working women and their families. If we go back to January 2021, when President Biden took office, we can see that the month-over-month inflation is up a cumulative 11.4%. So think about that. Something you bought in January of 2021 now costs 11.4% more than it did. And that's a marketplace average. Some products have been a whole lot higher than that. You can see it in the gas, as mentioned before. It's been up about 110%. You can see it in meat, up about 27%, bacon up 32%, milk up 32%. There's a good reason why Americans no longer have confidence in the economy. So what's that mean for the average working family? We're looking at the average American household spending an extra $635 in monthly cost. As you can see, these prices have continued to climb for American families each month, meaning that each household has paid an additional $5,000 for the failed policies under the Biden administration. Even if inflation stays the same, households will pay more than $7,500 over the next 12 months. These pressures from rising prices are straining family budgets, making another aspect of raising families more challenging, paying for child care. As we talk about solutions today, I hope we keep in mind that so many families have been struggling with child care since the pandemic because of the extreme shutdown measures and a slow return to in-person schooling. American families want flexibility in child care and leave, not ineffectual political grandstanding. So instead of trying to enforce partisan agendas, we need to work and be empathetic towards parents struggling to juggle their jobs while ensuring they have options to make sure their children are well cared for. That's why Republican legislation like the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act focuses on expanding opportunities for all Americans, helping families keep more of their hard-earned money, encouraging entrepreneurship and innovation, which meant that we had a strong economy and a strong America, and strong for working families. Ms. Huey, you mentioned in your testimony that small businesses like yours must compete with larger businesses that have infrastructure and staffing to withstand these burdensome government mandates. Yet, my colleagues on the other side of the aisle continue to want to talk about this pursuit of bigger and more cumbersome Washington-focused policies. Given that 61% of small businesses already say they're struggling just to stay open because of inflation, do you think an inflexible Washington, D.C. mandate will force even more small businesses, including those owned by women, to shut their doors?
Thank you for the question, and yes, sir, I do. Right now, in residential housing, the cost of housing is 24% of that is regulation, and that's in residential. 40% of the cost of multifamily housing is in regulation. And to only add to that would be detrimental to housing, whether it be multifamily or residential, single family.
Yeah, one of the things, one of the best long-term option for families to build wealth is through homeownership. And, a year ago, roughly 35% of new housing sold for less than $300,000. What percentage of homes are selling for $300,000 today, and how can families hope to buy a home and build that long-term wealth when inflation makes home ownership so unaffordable?
I don't know how they can imagine to do that with the way inflation is. Right now, it's only 10% of the homes that are for sale are under $300,000. I can tell you when I work with Habitat for Humanity, one of the things I've really enjoyed in my career, this would have been my 14th year to volunteer with Habitat for Humanity in what they call their Builders Blitz, where we build 10 homes, where we build a home in a week. In the years past, we've done 10 to 12 homes. Those are the majority of women homeowners. We didn't do it twice, the 2 years of the pandemic, and we're not going to be able to do it this year because of the supply chain issue. At a minimum, that is 30 women that are out of a housing world, that are not able to attain a house because of supply chain issues, inflation, and everything else.
Oh, well,
Thank the
you.
gentleman.
And that's unfortunate. I yield back, Mr.
Thank
Chairman.
the gentleman. Let me recognize the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Schneider, to inquire.
Thank you, Chairman Neal, and I want to thank you and the committee for hosting this important meeting. I particularly want to thank our witnesses. I want to thank you for the courage to share your stories, the strength to talk about your struggles, and your willingness to bring forward your ideas. What we've heard here today is but a sample of the challenges American workers, and in particular working women, are experiencing dealing with the vagaries of everyday life. Your stories speak for so many American women who, like you, shoulder the responsibility of taking care of their children and aging parents, oftentimes single-handedly, all while not navigating your careers and trying to simply make ends meet. And we've heard today fairly extensively about how the pandemic and the consequences of this pandemic have exacerbated these challenges. We also know that while they may have been exacerbated by the pandemic, the challenges we're talking about existed before COVID and will be with us for years to come. Throughout the day, we've heard about the enormous personal and financial strains of taking care of children, and in particular children with special needs, of dealing with aging parents, and in particular those difficult times when our parents are in the hospital needing us there full time. Ms. Beaches, you talked about having to juggle work and simply trying to keep the plates in the air. These are things that are hard on our families, but they're also hard on our economy, because we also know, and others have said this today, when women succeed, America succeeds. When people are able to pursue their aspirations, achieve their dreams across a period of time while taking care of their children and taking care of their parents and the other things that may pop up over the course of life, we all are much better off. Our communities are stronger. It's disappointing to know that out of the 37 OECD countries, the United States is ranked 35th in childcare and early education spending. The investment we make in young families, as we did in the American Rescue Plan, providing the child tax credit, not only lifts children out of poverty, but gives their parents the chance to succeed and continue to build on their dreams and aspirations. So my question to the panel as we look forward, what are the things, we talked about paid family leave. How can we best help not just you, but your peers and your children in the next generation have the best chance of succeeding and managing through difficult times to do their best? And Ms. Snyder, why don't I start with you?
Thank you. I think it's most important to hear our stories and hear them candidly, but hear them as a bipartisan. As a mother, I'm not a Democrat, I'm not a Republican, I'm a mother first. So it doesn't matter what policies are ahead of us, it doesn't matter what the agenda, it doesn't matter about inflation, right? It's about me taking care of my child. If I cannot work, then I can't make any money for my business, I can't help and support the other people that I do through my business, Self-Care Senorita, I can't help the other small businesses that I support if I don't have childcare. So it's kind of like a chicken and an egg scenario. They both need support, they both need help. We need to have a way that we can know that the childcare that we're receiving for our children is quality, that it's safe, and that it's a place that, whether I do a ton of research or I do little research, I know that my child is taken care of. being able to have the security of knowing that our children are safe in those places, that's also important. But my story's not unusual. There's tons of other mothers, there's two-parent households, there's multi-generational families that are all feeling this crunch. It doesn't matter if there's one salary or two salaries or several salaries going in to support a home. All of us are struggling because of several different things. There's gaps in so many services. There's gaps in so many pieces for each American family. Not everyone is cookie cutter. Not every solution's going to work. But I think if you would sit and listen to us and hear our stories and our suggestions, our lived experiences of what we go through every day, I think you might be able to get to something that would have and create the solutions that we need.
Great, thank you. I have only a few seconds left. I don't want to focus just on the room. Let me ask Ms. Beach your thoughts.
Can you repeat it one more time, your question? Sorry.
Yeah, the question is, in your case, you talked about taking care of your parents at the end of life. For people dealing with this in the future, we've talked about paid family leave. But you also talked about taking 6 months to just get through the mourning to where you felt back. What other things might help allow anyone to process that in a better way?
Right. So just because we are kind of crunching on time, one of the thing that would be really great about this policy is, again, it's a safety net and it catches those that fall through the cracks. There's been other policies that have put in place that are helpful, but one of the things that this would be wonderful for is it would give us a chance to breathe. I never was able to take a breath in that entire time that I was caregiving, and even in the grieving process, it was just take the next step, do the next thing, make the next decision. And that's why it took me so long to kind of like finally go, I can breathe again. And so just creating something that bridges a gap. And it's not necessarily every single American's going to take this on. It's just going to be there for when it's needed. And that's something to be mindful as you're quoting facts and figures. We can do better as a society. We live in an incredible country, and the fact that we as civilians can come and talk to our policymakers to make it better for everybody else. We can do better. We have done better than, in the 45 years I've been alive. And so it's just creating that space where we can lift the burden and breathe.
I thank the gentleman.
Thank you, and I yield back.
Let me recognize the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Schmucker, to inquire.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to thank the witnesses for being willing to share your stories. Ms. Snyder, I thought your response to the previous question was really outstanding. We do need to hear your stories, and I think listening to those stories from a perspective of a nonpartisan way is how we can reach solutions here. So we thank you for sharing that. And Mr. Chairman, I appreciated your acknowledgement that Republicans and Democrats alike recognize that that there's a need here that perhaps can be addressed. I also learned something about myself in this hearing, and that is I get particularly triggered when folks on your side of the aisle say that Republicans don't care. And Mr. Larson, in his comments, said exactly that. Just the fact that we don't believe always that federal government and additional spending is the only answer, suddenly we're accused of not caring. And that's a message we heard today. It's a message we've heard far too often, and I've found I get very triggered and angry about that. It's just bullshit, frankly. Because I've known what it's like. I remember my mom's trips to the grocery store when she was counting. I'm one of 12 kids, and my father was a roofer. By the way, I was in construction as well myself, a member of NFIB, so particularly appreciate women in construction. We need more. But my mom's trips to the grocery store, I would go with her. I remember her being very worried about what she was putting in the cart, trying to add up the costs, and worried that she would be embarrassed when she goes to the register and would have to put things back. And I hear from constituents everywhere now in my district about those kind of pressures that they're being faced with. Republicans just believe, and I think Mr. Larson in his comments also hit this very well, very clearly the difference in the approach of Republicans versus Democrats. Mr. Larson believes if we don't think that we should spend more money to meet the needs, then we don't care. Republicans believe in a different path. We believe that opportunities provided by a strong, vibrant economy are what is going to provide the best opportunity to lift people out of poverty, to allow every woman to live their own American dream, raise their kids in the way that they need, have the child care they need. We believe that those needs can best be met through a strong economy. We also care, I have legislation myself, I've put ideas on paper regarding legislation with Ms. Stefanik on family child care networks, which would allow states to take unobligated child care funds from the American Rescue Plan and award them to family child care networks. Family child care providers are small businesses that provide care for small groups of children in a home-based setting. This is just one idea that we have that will not create a large government program that we think will work. And I don't have a lot of additional time. I'd like you to look at the results under this administration compared to the previous administration. And Democrats talk about the American Rescue Plan as working, but we had a budget committee hearing yesterday, and half of the Democrats never showed up to talk about it because they can't defend it. They cannot talk about the economy working for American people today and really believe it, because they're hearing from their constituents, just as each one of us are. They're hearing from their constituents who are paying $5 a gallon of gas. That would have been unbelievable just a few years ago, when in the previous administration, for the first time in decades, we saw median household income increasing by $6,000. Think about what that has meant to the American people, to every one of your constituents. Which is the most compassionate approach, by the way? One where we're seeing wages drop by real wages drop by $3,500, or one where wages have gone up by $6,000 per household. Unemployment rate was the lowest ever. Which party do you think is most compassionate? So, Mr. Chairman, I hope we can get past this. To your points that you made earlier, I hope that we can understand that all of us come here. We have different ideas about what direction is best in the country. I believe strongly in free enterprise capitalism, less government, more freedom. That's what I believe in. That's what I believe will work. But I'm willing to have a passionate discussion with Democrats across the aisle about how we can solve problems that are raised here today and in other contexts as well.
Thank the gentleman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Let me recognize the gentleman from California, Mr. Panetta, to inquire.
Thank you. And just thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate this opportunity to talk about this very important issue. As a husband and father of 2 daughters, this is very important, obviously. Me and as a representative of many women in my district on the Central Coast. Let me just take a couple seconds to rebut my good friend and colleague from Pennsylvania in regards to the American Rescue Plan. I have no problem engaging on the ARP, especially considering what the American Rescue Plan did during the pandemic and keeping the economy afloat, keeping our poverty rate flat, and literally keeping us in the race between infections and injections. In addition to that, we're at a point right now in which we can deal with the effects of inflation. We have one of the lowest unemployment rates. Our personal debt is at the lowest rate. Our savings are high. Our job creation rate, our small business creation rate is both high as well. In addition to that, we have a solid footing upon which we can deal with any potential effects of inflation. So as much as my colleagues like to disparage the American Rescue Plan, you have to realize that it has given us a solid footing upon which we can deal with any effects from inflation and deal with the recession, as a potential recession as we go forward. So I appreciate that, but also know that the ARP has given us a good foundation, a good footing to go forward. In regard to the issue of working families, every community in every district in every state is obviously affected by the issues that we're talking about today.
In the communities that I represent, one of the biggest challenges to working families is the rising cost of housing. Median home prices on the Central Coast of California are now close to $1 million. My goal is that we can make that piece of stable middle-class life accessible to all families. But more importantly, what I'm hearing is the fear from the families that own homes is that their children will not be able to come back to the area and continue to raise families there on the Central Coast. So, Ms. Huey, I want to talk to you about the low-income housing tax credit. You mentioned that in your testimony, and obviously that's something that I support in my co-sponsorship in working with Representative Del Benny on the Affordable Housing Credit Improvement Act. This is a bill that would increase the number of credits and make other changes to make the credits more accessible. Critically, the legislation would lower the tax-exempt bond financing requirement for projects from 50% to 25%, which could allow us to double the amount of the LIHTC finance projects, especially in California. How do the home builders utilize LIHTC, the low-income housing tax credits, and in what ways do you support credit expansion?
Mr. Panetta, I know that we do support it. I am not in the multifamily industry, so I'm not as versed and able to talk about that, but I can certainly get you a written answer after this.
Okay, I would appreciate that. But let's talk about something else that you talked about, and that's creating job training opportunities. Obviously, programs make trades attainable for folks at all income levels by advancing education without forcing job seekers into debt. But pathways into the trades, including non-traditional apprenticeships, need to be expanded, is my take. How would you recommend to make apprenticeship pathways into the trades more attractive and more accessible to women?
You know, I tell you, I talked a little bit earlier about seeing the kids get on the bus when I was in high school, and those were the troubled kids. And I didn't want to be on that bus. So we've got to change the mindset that that's not for the troubled kids. If I'd got on that bus and gone to the vocational school and learned about home building then, I would have saved my parents 2 years of college money, because I learned later in life that that's where I wanted to be. So supporting those programs that we have throughout the country, there's many states that have different programs, but supporting the vocational training and making it more appealing and making it look like it's not lesser than a 4-year college degree. I can also quickly tell you a story about one of my workers. He runs ductwork for the HVAC company. His aunt insisted he come to Birmingham and go to school at the University of Alabama, Birmingham. He got there and he realized the student debt he was going to take on and decided he needed to learn a trade instead. He went to work. He has a 4-year-old son that they're paying for him to go to private school, but they're also paying off $100,000 of student debt that his wife has. He recently, 2 years ago, started his own company. So those are the kind of stories that we need to make sure that people know and to make it more attractive for kids to go into the trades.
Great. Thank you, Ms. Huey. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
I thank the gentleman. Let me recognize the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Arrington, to inquire.
Mr. Chairman, thank you, and I thank the witnesses for your time and your insight and sharing your stories. And I think your struggles are real. I want you to understand that from my perspective, I hear the pain and the struggle that you have been working through. And so if I were to tell you, Ms. Snyder, that America is in the strongest position today economically than just about any country in the world, how does that make you feel? You feel better about that, or do you believe what I'm telling you if I'm telling you that?
I think that's wonderful, but I'm not in any other country. I'm here. So the services and social services that are provided to those in Denmark supports them in a different way than it does for me here.
Okay, Ms. Price, if I told you America has achieved the most robust recovery in modern history, how's that going to help your situation right now? Do you believe me?
No, sir, I do not believe you, because each and every day I watch the news and I watch hearings such as this, and I see Democrats put forth policies that would benefit me.
Yes.
And I see every Republican vote no for it. So no, I will not believe you.
And I can see how you would perceive that. Let me tell you my perspective on it, but let me first tell you that those two statements were from your president, Joe Biden. Those weren't my statements. President Biden has been telling you that
we got the strongest recovery of any country in the world, that this is the most robust recovery in modern history. I don't believe him either. He's disconnected from the self-inflicted disaster that is this economy right now, namely the 40-year high inflation that is totally running away from America, Americans, and mostly working folk who don't have the money, didn't have them before, much savings or checking or cash on hand to speak of. I think about 7 out of 10 may have $500, $1,000 on average in this country, and we're paying $460. Let's say we're losing on average $460 a month for working families. So no, I don't believe him either. What's interesting is I don't hear anything about the climate crisis from y'all. That's supposed to be the biggest existential crisis in the world. In fact, we've marshaled the resources of the entire federal government to attack this greatest existential crisis. In some of my colleagues' minds, and on paper, they've said the world will end in 10 or 15 years on account of it. I don't hear it from y'all because I don't believe that that's your crisis. You're just trying to survive right now. Now, to your point, Ms. Price, you may perceive that Republicans don't want to be part of the solution. It's just that our solution is different, okay? Just hear me out. We've seen the one-size-fits-all entitlement programs that the federal government has thrust on the entire nation. We've seen the red tape that comes with it. We've seen the cost. We've seen the burden. We've seen the federal government try to be the solution, and it ends up being more of a problem. That's what I see all the time up here. So to my colleague's point, what we saw when we reduced the government intervention and burden in the lives of the American people, we saw unleashed prosperity, and we saw all boats rising, all people, and especially on the lower income. They were making more money. Their wages were up, income was up, record. We had the lowest poverty rate in history because of the good old-fashioned freedom, unleashing prosperity and giving Americans more opportunity. Now that is as American as it gets, and that is the way we have created this great experiment in the most robust economy, et cetera, et cetera. I think we've got a burnout problem, and I think y'all are burned out, and I believe you. But I'm burned out of the federal government being the solution to every problem and making it worse. I think we got a burn-through problem. Inflation's burning through your wages like nothing else. It's burning through your budgets, and you can hardly afford to make ends meet. We got a bailout epidemic where we spent $2 trillion when we didn't need to bail out unions, blue states and cities that have now a windfall of billions of dollars. Schools that close their doors to your children, they were paid too. We got a bailout problem in America, and we got a bankrupt epidemic because we've got entitlements today that we cannot afford. Medicare, Social Security, and many others. So we now want to create another one, put more debt on our children. There's a better way to do it, Ms. Price. There's a better way to do it. And we have solutions that will address the problem without creating bigger problems. That's all I'm trying to tell you.
Thank the gentleman. Thank the gentleman. Let me recognize the gentleman from California, Mr. Gomez, to inquire.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. The burnout epidemic is not something that happened because of the pandemic. It was happening way before. Now, my mother worked 4 or 5 jobs a week to make ends meet. My dad worked 2, right? They were gone from morning to night. We didn't have health insurance. We didn't get vacation time. You know, they were successful enough to be able to buy a house and keep a roof over our head and food on the table, even if it was rice and beans and eggs every single day of the week. But I grew up when I was 7 years old, and I got sick with pneumonia, spent a week in the hospital, and that 1 week stay in the hospital almost bankrupted my family because my parents were taking time off of work in order to make sure someone was there to take care of me. I knew if paid family leave was in place, they wouldn't have missed those shifts. They would have been there to be able to take care of me and to be able to make sure that they kept some of their income. But we also know that this burden falls disproportionately on women, far and above. When somebody gets sick, who's there? It's the woman. It's not the father, it's the woman, right? And that's one of the things that we want to make sure is that we want to address working families. My district is a tale of two districts. One part's very affluent, other part's very working class, lower income. You know, I think the gentleman from Texas is only thinking about the folks in the very affluent areas of my district, or the very affluent parts of the areas. You know, if we have a system that says that we need a permanent poverty class in order to keep inflation under control, then that system isn't working very well, right? So one of the things I want to do is focus on some of the programs that we passed in the American Rescue Plan, the child tax credit. Cut poverty rates from 40 to 60% depending on the community you lived in. So I don't know how he had the record low poverty, and then we were able to still lower it even more during the first 6 months of that program. Ms. Schneider, how would a permanent child tax credit help you meet the needs of your 4-year-old son, Braxton?
Being able to have the opportunity to have funding that would be dedicated to his schooling. As I mentioned, Braxton is on the autism spectrum, and while he's high functioning and brilliant, he has a lot of sensory issues. So as routines change, as we go and move into his primary years of school, we don't know yet what services or additional help that he'll need. A lot of those services are not covered by medical. So particularly outpatient, occupational therapy, speech therapy, those things aren't always covered. So being able to have that money would allow us to then be able to give him those services, to have the opportunity to buy wraparound care. So if he is having a behavioral issue in the school, because many of the schools are full of burned out, tired teachers because they're also parents and underpaid, and that's a different conversation for a different bill. But we would have the opportunity to fill some of those gaps. And to Representative Arrington, I would love to talk about climate control. I live in Pittsburgh, where our air quality, we get flags that we can't go outside, so that deeply affects my child in Burnout. Have you had a child before during a pandemic and you can't go outside because you can't breathe? Our water is full of lead. We're not the only place. Nobody asked about climate, but we could talk about it. We could talk about the reason why childcare is expensive and it's closing, because those childcare workers are exhausted. They took care of their kids, our kids. They're not getting paid. I think there's a lot of things that tax credit could do, not just for single mothers, but thinking of the people that are providing the services that we need, those that are childcare workers, that are teachers, that are the aides and the assistants in the schools. They would be able to take care of their families as well as they serve and protect our family.
Thank you. And you know, we're all about lifting all boats. However, when some boats are lifted a lot higher than others, then there is a fundamental problem, right? And being able to take time off to bond with your child is essential. Paid family leave, we have it in California, it's being better, it's getting better and better and better. I met somebody from Belarus, you know, and I'm pretty sure my friends on the other side of the aisle will think, oh yeah, America, we're a lot better than Belarus. I asked them, they asked me about paid family leave in the United States. I said, well, we don't have it. And at the California, we offer up to 6 weeks. It was 6 weeks at 55%. I increased it to 70%, and we're trying to increase it even more when I was in the state legislature. She laughed. They laughed. She laughed in my face about 6 weeks. This is Belarus, not a wealthy country, right? So that's an example of how we don't prioritize families. And we could do more to prioritize families, to really reflect the values that we preach in the laws that we pass and the programs that we implement. With that, I yield.
Thank the gentleman. Let me recognize the gentleman from Oklahoma, Mr. Hearn, to inquire.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Ranking Member Brady, for hosting this hearing today. I want to thank all of you for being here, the ones that are remote as well. You know, I'm so proud to be surrounded by some incredible women. My wife, who's a business owner, my mother, who raised 5 kids on her own. She's ailing in health now at 78 years old. My single mother-daughter, who has a 5-year-old grandson who is very special. She works in early education childcare. So a lot of great women around me, and I just want to make sure I get that for the record. I've been a small business person for 35 years. grew up in extraordinary poverty. When I talked about this very issue a little over a year ago on this committee, one of the committee members called me a racist for telling the same story you all are telling. It's not racist. This shouldn't be a theatrics over your stories. There are a lot of struggling people in America. As my colleague said a minute ago, we just have a difference in the delivery of how we get to where we're needing to go. We talk about giving subsidies on child care. What we saw when the child tax credit came out in 2017 is that actually the increase in child care went up enormously because now then a lot of places knew there were guaranteed payments. It's much like forgiving debt on student debt on colleges. There's no incentive to ever lower the cost again. It doesn't change it. What really changes in America is I believe this because it changed my life. I was a first-generation welfare recipient. I'm old enough to remember when my mother used to say to me, Kevin Ray, can you take this back because food stamps won't pay for it? I remember that very vividly. And so I had a decision in life, and this is not your plight, but it's my point about the greatest nation in this world that gives us the opportunity to get better. Not every country is like that. In fact, most are not. And the reality is that we have, and this is going to be shocking, my colleague from Texas said this, and I don't know if you believe this or not. It was shocking to me, actually, when I got here, because I served on the Worker and Family Support Committee, subcommittee in this committee my first year here. There are 92 programs, federally backed programs, that we fund every year with $1 trillion of taxpayer dollars. Now, you wouldn't believe that, I'm sure. I didn't believe it either until I got here. 92. And we're wanting to add another one. I would argue that we should get the programs we already have passed into law that have been signed by a president somewhere over the generations to make them more effective and more available when we need a hand up. Because I'm not hearing you all argue for a continuous handout. You just need a hand up when times are bad. And there are countless Americans. That's what makes us great as America, that we can all get together regardless of party, regardless of politics and theatrics, and that we can help each other up. That's what makes us special, wouldn't you agree? That's what makes us special. But you don't know about those programs because we don't think that's enough. One of the biggest battles we fight in America today up here is who is going to be better for you, your community or the federal government here in Washington, D.C. I will tell you, I've only been in politics 3 years of my life, and the big fight is what our founders always was scared of, is that Washington, D.C. becomes so powerful that you had to come up here to ask us for help. That's not the way it's supposed to be. We should help you. And the best place to make that happen is in your communities, your faith-based organizations, your businesses. I had two ladies I talked to. I was in a roundtable this morning with small business leaders from around the country. And they talked about how difficult it was to get people. I was in a meeting this morning with the CEO of the largest retailer in the United States of America. And it's exactly what I said on the interview last Friday. The people I talked to in my district in Oklahoma, they say 8.5% inflation. Are you kidding me? It's much higher than that. The largest retailer in the United States of America told me this morning of the goods that we buy, energy, gasoline, and food, our actual inflation for those making $50,000 a year and less is 15 to 21%. That's what you're feeling. You have no money left over to do anything. You're working extra jobs just to pay for the inflation. It's just a fact. It's not political. It's just what it is. Now, we can argue, did it start just in February when the Ukrainian war, or has it been going on with bad policy? That's another hearing. Ms. Huey, you talked about the troubled kids that got on the bus. One of the things that changed my direction in life was I was one of those kids that was identified as a troubled kid. I learned how to get a drafting degree because I knew I had to be different than my family and get educated. I'm the only one of 5 kids that got a high school diploma. And I went on to get an engineering degree and an MBA. But the point being is I'm here to solve problems. I don't have time for the politics. And again, there are 30 programs in America today that would help you all if we would just step back and work together to get those programs directed to you instead of trying to sit up here and fight on something the Democrats could pass on their own. They have the majority of the House of Representatives. They don't need this committee or us as Republicans. This is theatrics. We got to stop it. I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. Let me recognize the gentleman from Nevada, Mr. Horsford, to inquire.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for holding this important hearing. And to our witnesses, your heartfelt testimonies are so much appreciated at this time. Ms. Snyder, you said, I can't get sick and I can't get hurt because if I do, I won't be able to work. And then what would happen to my family? Ms. Price, you mentioned how tired you are of struggling because our country hasn't invested in the care infrastructure. Child care and paid leave, these are basic workforce protections that are standard in most other developed countries, in the UK, in France, in Norway, in Poland, in Denmark, and the list goes on. All except here in the United States of America. Now, some of my colleagues want to sit here and blame every issue on the cost of living and inflation, and they are real issues that we have to work on to address. They've offered you no plan. They've said nothing that will solve that issue. And guess what? Paid leave, access to child care, and support for workers were issues before the pandemic, before the war in Ukraine. So when we tried to advance these policies, whether they were in the American Rescue Plan or in other proposals, they didn't work with us to pass those bills. We had to do them on our own. The child tax credit, not one of them voted for. The support to small businesses, 150,000 in my district, they didn't vote to support those small businesses, Ms. Huey. I did. My colleagues did. Ms. Beach, you said that you were amazing at spinning plates, but you may let one drop while caring for your sick parents. You mentioned that you used your accumulated vacation time to avoid losing pay when you needed to take time off work to care for your parents. And I am so sorry about your loss of your parents in such a sequential time frame. My question to you is, what do you think would have happened if you hadn't had an income during that time at all?
I am a single income household, and I know what would have happened. I would have lost my home. I would have lost my car. I would have had to move back in with my parents, which at the time might not have been wholly detrimental, but after they passed, I still wouldn't have had any income. And so it would have been catastrophic. So not only would I have been dealing with the death of my parents, but then I would have had my entire life fall apart. So I acknowledge that at least I had the accumulated paid hours where I was able to step away and not lose income. But it was very real to me that at some point those hours might go away, or I might not be able to use them. And then I would have to deal with a whole nother issue of how I'm going to pay for my life.
On top of everything else. Thank you, Ms. Beach. Ms. Phelps, while I admire your fortitude in caring for your children and also helping your mom and your grandmother, it is clear that the systems in place have failed you. You mentioned that you had to leave your job and move when your husband's mother fell ill. How do you think paid family and medical leave would have helped you at that time?
Paid family and medical leave would have made it so we had the time to plan what to do instead of day by day or possibly week by week, decide what to do. Maybe just my husband would have given up his job and moved for a while, and then I would have possibly followed, but certainly not right away. We didn't have that time. We didn't have anyone helping us. There wasn't, a social worker or someone to help us navigate the few programs that were out there. We didn't find out about them, and we honestly didn't have the energy to access them because we were in care mode for all the time.
Thank you so much.
Money is the main thing that would help. Money always helps.
Money helps during these difficult times, and women of color in particular who have been disproportionately affected since this pandemic and the economic downturn that's occurred. So I just hope we keep that at the center of the policy. Thank you,
Thank the gentleman. Let me recognize the gentlelady from West Virginia, Ms. Miller, to inquire.
Thank you, Chairman Neal and Ranking Member Brady, and thank you to all of you for being here today. I'm a mother and a grandmother and a business owner. I understand the needs of women and the challenges of raising children. Since the rise of women into the workforce during World War II, we have proven ourselves to be more than capable of getting the job done. We have been the ones who are struggling, raising the children, putting food on the table, and keeping our economy humming. In today's climate, parents should have the right to say what they need to say in their children's education. In the first few years of a child's life, it's the most formative time. We need to ensure that the policies that are being put forth do not threaten the smaller private providers like our churches and our community centers from offering care. For mothers in the workforce, just knowing that their children are in the right hands of care is the first step of addressing the challenges that are faced by women in the workforce. Despite all the talk, this administration is failing women. Under the Trump administration, working women were thriving like never before. The unemployment rate for women was at the lowest it's been since 1953. It's 3.4% then. The real and very present concern coming from working moms in my district is the economy. Women are at the front line of inflation. They're the canary in the coal mine of what is happening at the grocery store line or at the gas pump. Our families are literally paying the price for policies that are being implemented by this administration. In West Virginia, the gasoline prices have risen over 27 cents just in the last week. The impact of the supply chain bottlenecks have made its way into southern West Virginia, with the empty grocery store shelves, leaving mothers panicking how they're going to feed their children. We have to do better. We must do better. It is imperative for us to address the inflation crisis that is wreaking havoc on our American small businesses and families. Our workforce and the women in it flourish when our U.S. economy succeeds. Ms. Huey, a key goal of Republican tax reform in 2017 was to reduce the tax burden on small businesses like yours. Our colleagues on the other side are trying to enact a $400 billion tax hikes on small businesses. Do you think your business is paying too little in federal taxes? You know, what types of choices would you have to consider if your tax costs went up this year?
Yes, ma'am, Ms. Miller, the cost of housing would go up dramatically if the taxes were increased on small businesses. You know, and my husband has a small business. He has about less than 20 employees. 75% of those employees, I believe, are single, single females or moms, working moms. He gives them, and in the 30 years he's been in business, he has paid for 100% of their health care. He gives them time off. He allows them to bring their children to work when they don't have daycare or school's out or for some reason. The benefits that he gives to employees, I think, if there were taxes imposed on his small business, would hurt his employees dramatically in his business.
And he does this because he wants to. No one is mandating how he handles his employees. You all have been very involved with Habitat for Humanity. Can you speak to how the rising building material costs and the supply chain bottlenecks are affecting your volunteer work?
Yes, ma'am. I spoke about that a little earlier, that the last 3 years in the Habitat Blitz that I participate in, there's about 10 or 12 builders in Birmingham that'll build a house in a week with Habitat. We didn't do it during the 2 years of the pandemic, and then can't do it this year because of the supply chain issues and not sure when those are going to get better. And that's at least the majority of those homeowners that I've worked with have been single moms. That's 30 women just in the Birmingham area who have been pushed out of the housing market because of the supply chain issues.
And those homes are so appreciated. I still have my pink tool belt from when I've been able to volunteer there. Along with rising costs, we have also faced supply shortages through our supply chains. How has the building material shortage affected your customers?
I'm actually building a house for a single mom right now. She wants to be in it in August before school starts, but with supply chain issues, that's not going to be possible. A typical house for some of my colleagues in the Birmingham area and their business model that takes them 4 months to build is taking 10 months to build. It's taking me 5 months to get a water meter. Something simple as water to build a house.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Thank the gentlelady. Let me recognize the gentleman from North Carolina, Dr. Murphy, to inquire.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Ranking Member Brady, for bringing this together, and thank you guys. You all have told tremendous stories today, and this is not a Republican issue. This is not a Democratic issue. You know, we just may have different paths to hopefully get to the same spot. I hope that people don't see this as such. You know, I understand, I see patients, I still talk to lots of folks, just to, average folks that are just trying to go about their lives, that come in, they're trying to care for their children if they're a single child or if the child has autism. I have several patients that I've treated for that. Also care for folks who now, parents are dealing with dementia and Alzheimer's, and they're taking care of those individuals. There's stressors that go on with this thing called life. It happens every day. And I think just the different avenue towards this is who's supposed to take care of that? The individual, the family, the churches, or the government? And, a staggering statistic, and I'll go back to this multiple times, and y'all probably will get, my colleagues on the committee will try to get me hearing about this, but I go back to the Great Society programs in 1965 and the demolition of the nuclear family and so many problems that were caused by that we're just now trying to fix today. If you look at in the state of North Carolina, 53% of the children now are born. 53%, so it's the majority, in Medicaid. They're already born more majority into a dependent form of government. So what does that turn, what does that look like? Because then what happens is when there is a problem, who do you turn to? You don't turn to your family, you don't turn to this, it's always turning to the government. And while we are here to help, that's what we're supposed to do, we are not supposed to be the first choice. We're not supposed to be the first choice. And, I will take issue with my friend who talked about Belarus. I just Googled that real quickly. Belarus doing all these things for childcare. Belarus is about to default on their economy. If we keep doing this in the United States, if we keep pouring out money, that's what we do. We have inflation now that we've never seen since the Carter administration, many in part due to self-inflicted crises. And how does that happen? Who does it hurt? It hurts regressively. It hurts lower-income individuals, women who are running their families by themselves. That's who it affects disproportionately. And as we pour more and more money into this economy, prices go up, inflation goes up. And we talk about a little bit about the she session here. Again, doing my research, unemployment rates back for women and men are exactly where they were pre-pandemic. There's not the crisis that people are saying the crisis. And if you look at what's happening truly, if you go back to the pre-pandemic level, unemployment rates for minorities in this country were the lowest rates they had been. So just trying to get back, and how does all that happen? Empowering people to do their own thing. So let me ask you this, Ms. Huey, and this is really kind of since you're a worker, you own business, which do you feel is a better long-term alternative or short-term alternative? Do you think we can fix the problem, by throwing more money at it here, or do we try to create an environment, try to create an ethos, try to create something where we get families, we get churches, we get those type of individuals, personal responsibility to take care of the problems? Which is the better long-term alternative that we face in this country? What is the best for your business? What is the best for working women throughout the world, or the country rather?
I'm afraid if you start throwing money at it, you'll never stop. I think that we've got to take some responsibility, and the churches and the communities and the families have got to be a part of the solution.
I have to say I agree, and it burns me that during during this administration, when we wanted to do child care, we wanted to hurt church-related family child care. Now, I tell you what, I'd trust them in a heartbeat over what I trust on a secular institution, because I think they're there for a different reason. And why this administration would want to hurt those individuals is beyond me. So I understand, guys, I please don't feel that I'm not empathetic to the situations that you're going through. But I want to fix the problem, just not put a Band-Aid on it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Thank you, gentlemen. Let me recognize the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Kustoff, to inquire.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for calling today's hearing. Thank you to the witnesses. I especially want to thank Ms. Snyder, Ms. Price, and Ms. Huey for physically appearing, and you've been here for 4 hours, and we appreciate it, and we've heard your stories. So I'm maybe the 18th person that's asked questions on this side, and you've heard a lot of questions. You've heard a lot of banter back and forth. One thing that struck me as it relates to the economy and to inflation is that, to the point, a lot of this has been self-inflicted. Last year, there was a vote on the American Rescue Plan where the federal government printed $1.9 trillion and flushed it into the economy, which can't do anything but cause inflation rates to rise. And we saw last week that the consumer price index rose to 8.6%, the highest in 40 years. You all have talked about real problems, and they're real. I also think about, with inflation, last week Moody's Analytics showed that the average household, however they define that, is paying $460 more per month than they did a year ago, more than a year ago. And if you multiply 460 times 12 months, that's $5,520 per year with everything. And I think for some families, that is it's probably a lot higher. 30-year mortgage rate, just 12 and 15 months ago, was right around 3%. It's over 6% right now. So these are real-world problems. You talked about your problems, and in my district, I've got a really good employer, Tyson, and they've got a plant in Humboldt, Tennessee. They've had child care issues for their employees. They've recognized that their employees have had issues where they can't come to work because of child care. They took the incentive to partner with a company called KinderCare to build a daycare center on site, right there at Tyson, for the benefit of their employees. So they broke ground about 2 months ago. And Tyson's going to pay a portion of the daycare cost for the benefit of their employees. That's something, Ms. Huey, I recognize that's something that a large company can do, and not necessarily your small company. But I just ask you, is it more advantageous for us to try to allow business, whether it's small business, medium-sized business, or large business, to give incentives to offer those types of benefits and perks rather than the government dictating a one-size-fits-all solution?
Yes, sir, I believe so. You know, I mentioned earlier that I had a father with Alzheimer's. There was many times my mom called me because she couldn't handle him. She cared for him at home until she just absolutely couldn't. But there were times I had to leave work and run to their house, which is about 45 minutes from where I live, to help him. He would just take off walking. The police would bring him back home, and he'd thank him for the ride and start walking down the road again. So those challenges. And then I have a sister who's a single mom. She has extreme health care problems and has lost her job in the last 10 years. But when her son was younger, I helped care for him. So I understand the struggles. But as a small business owner, to impose government mandates on somebody like me and my husband, instead of tax incentives and other programs, I think would just be devastating to our businesses.
Thank you, Ms. Huey. And I'm looking at the clock. In the next few minutes, the Federal Reserve is going to make an important announcement that's going to affect everybody's borrowing cost. There are a number of experts and pundits who speculate that we're either about to be in a recession, we may be in a recession. Can you talk for just a moment about what happens to your company, what happens to your business if the economy does fall into a recession?
I don't think it'll take me long to tell you business would come to a halt. Housing will come to a halt if we go into recession. What it did to us, in 2008 and 2009 was devastating. I can't imagine it happening again.
You're one home builder. You've got an important position with the national home builders. Again, not one size fits all, but would that be true for a majority of the home builders across the nation?
Yes, sir. And, for the first-time home buyers are the ones that are most affected by the supply chain issues and the increase in and materials, but then the rising interest rates would not help first-time homebuyers for sure.
Thank you, Ms. Huey. Thank you to all the witnesses, and I yield back my time.
Thank the gentleman. Let me thank the witnesses for exceptional testimony. I think it was very realistic. I think everybody spoke of their own experience, and I think that it's, for us, the responsibility we have is that if we can all recognize there's a problem, we ought to be able to figure out a solution. Because frequently today, it's very hard for us to agree upon what even is the definition of some problems. But I think the testimony today from you witnesses and from the questions that were asked, we acknowledge there's a problem. And I think it's our challenge and our responsibility, incidentally, to find a solution. So let me thank you again. Be advised that members have 2 weeks to submit written testimony and questions to that will be later answered in writing. Those questions and your answers will be part of the formal hearing record. And with that, the Ways and Means Committee stands adjourned. Thanks, Kevin.